This page is the cover of the Dreamcast Magazine, Dorimaga, dated November 9, 2001, priced at 550 yen. The cover features a striking illustration of a muscular, white-haired character, likely related to the prominently featured game El Dorado Gate, which is teased with a "Grand Finale" headline. The main scoop highlights Fogg's new game for the Dreamcast titled Missing Parts. The issue also features major strategic reports, new generation Sega World Strategy, and Xbox Japan Strategy, indicating a focus on the competitive console landscape at the time. Inside, readers can expect updates on popular titles across multiple platforms. Mentioned games include Jet Set Radio Future, Dead or Alive 3, Phantasy Star Online, Virtua Fighter 4 Ver.B, Soul Calibur 2, and King of Fighters 2001. There are also features on PC games like Sakura Wars 3, Sister Princess, and Welcome to Pia Carrot. Special projects cover to pre-owned rendering, and the GunCon 2 Light Gun on PlayStation 2, suggesting multi-platform coverage despite the Dreamcast focus. The magazine boasts over 200 pages, and includes a GameCube Magazine Volume 2 supplement, showing the expanding scope of gaming coverage. Updates on arcade games are also promised. The next page is all about the intense competition surrounding the release of Culdicept 2nd on the Dreamcast. It announces the All Japan Scepters Cup 2001, the official national tournament celebrating the game's launch. The headline declares that the battle for the title of the first Scepter No. 1 in Culdicept 2nd has begun. Players, known as Scepters, could qualify through several routes. The first stage included an online battle qualifying tournament held from October 17th to 29th, where players would download specific rules and maps, battle offline, and upload their results. The top 240 players from this stage advanced. Another route was the AI Battle Qualifying Tournament from November 1st to 30th, where competitors designed and tested their own AI characters in offline battles before submitting results, with 48 players advancing. Additionally, physical store qualifying tournaments took place throughout November at numerous supporting shops across Japan. The page lists several prefectures and a selection of the stores participating in these events. The bottom of the page confirms that Culdicept 2nd is a Dreamcast exclusive software, available for purchase, and shows a small image of the game's box art. This page clearly aimed to generate excitement for the competitive scene around this unique board game/TCG hybrid on the Dreamcast. The next page dives deeper into the All Japan Scepters Cup 2001 for Culdicept 2nd, detailing the path to becoming the first champion. It outlines the various qualifying methods that feed into the main tournament held in Tokyo on December 23, 2001. Players had multiple routes to the main event, including advancing from the online battle qualifiers and the AI character battle qualifiers discussed previously. The page specifies the structure of the second online qualifier round, where winners from blocks of 16 players advance, totaling 15 participants. It also gives the results announcement date for the second AI battle qualifier, which sends another 3 players forward. The main tournament itself will feature a total of 46 skilled scepters, 40 qualifiers from the various preliminary stages, plus 6 seed players, including previous tournament champions, and winners of other Culdicept events. The rules for the tournament are also detailed, including specific maps, time limits, and restrictions on card usage like the inability to use virtual books. Prizes are listed, notably the right for the champion to design a future Culdicept 2nd map. The page directs players to the official website for complete details on entry methods and tournament progress. It also continues the list of supporting stores across Japan, where players could participate in local qualifying events. This magazine issue showcases a variety of game features and platform coverage from 2001. The special features delve into Sega's 2003 strategy and the Xbox's Japanese market approach, highlighting titles like Jet Set Radio Future, Dead or Alive 3, and Sword of the Samurai. Special projects include town rendering CG technology and a GunCon 2 festival, with games like Time Crisis 2. Reader engagement is fostered with a Dreamcast Magazine calendar and service projects. The issue also includes a GameCube section featuring Pikmin and Super Smash Bros. Melee, and a special report focusing on upcoming titles like Onimusha 2 and Jak and Daxter. Finally, a PC information desk presents desktop accessories and new titles like Sakura Taisen 3. Overall, the magazine provides extensive coverage across Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, Xbox, and GameCube. This page serves as the comprehensive game index for the issue, presenting a wide array of titles covered across multiple platforms. It lists games for Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, Xbox, GameCube, Arcade, and PC, directing readers to specific page numbers for previews, reviews, or features. Highlighted Dreamcast games include Capcom vs. SNK 2 and Rez, while the PlayStation 2 section features titles like Onimusha 2, Jak and Daxter, and Time Crisis 2. Xbox coverage points to Jet Set Radio Future and Dead or Alive 3, and the GameCube index lists Super Smash Bros. Melee and Pikmin. Arcade games like The King of Fighters 2001 and Tekken 4 are also indexed. Beyond the main index, the page briefly mentions strategy guides for games like Memories Off Second and Candy Stripe, along with ongoing serializations and special columns covering various topics, including news, reader contributions, and comics. An illustration featuring characters, likely related to the Eldorado Gate title listed, is also prominently displayed at the bottom. The overall layout provides a quick overview of the issue's diverse content across the gaming landscape of 2001. The next page serves as a focused advertisement promoting character-specific fan books for the beloved visual novel Memories Off Second. Featured prominently are beautifully illustrated portraits of the characters Hotaru Shirakawa and Tsubame Minami. These fan books promise an exhaustive look into the characters, detailing their expressions, dialogue, thoughts, and actions, along with thorough scenario introductions, world settings, and a glossary. They include extensive illustrations and event CGS, complete with developer comments, offering deep insights into the game's production. Exclusive interviews with the voice actors for Hotaru Shirakawa and Tsubame Minami are also highlighted as must-read content for fans. The books are priced at 1,280 JPY, published by Locus and Kadokawa Shoten, with the first two books featuring Hotaru and Tsubame scheduled for release on October 31st. Further fan books focusing on characters like Yuba, Kana Kodama, and Shizuka Shirakawa are also announced to be in production. The page concludes with publisher contact information for Locus and details on where the fan books can be purchased. This page discusses two hardware events. The first is the upcoming launch of the Panasonic Q on December 14th in Japan. This unique device, priced at 39,800 JPY, combines a DVD player and Nintendo GameCube. Panasonic aims for a monthly production of 1,500 units, targeting a family-oriented audience and positioning it as a premium DVD player. The second event covered is the European Xbox launch, X01, held in Cannes on October 16th. The event revealed a price of €479, approximately 53,000 JPY. The focus was on action, racing, and sports games, showcasing a launch lineup of roughly 20 titles, including Halo and Dead or Alive 3. The event aimed to establish the Xbox in the European market with improved game quality compared to earlier showings. This page covers the Tokyo Game Show Autumn 2001 event, noting a significant increase in attendance with a final count of 129,626 visitors over 3 days, bringing a renewed sense of energy to the show. A major development discussed is the decision to revert the Tokyo Game Show to an annual event starting from the next installment, a change made after evaluating past attendance trends and the global standard for similar events. A highlight was Sega's strong showing, marked by the appearance of Microsoft's Bill Gates at the Sega booth. This underscored the growing partnership between the two companies, with Gates praising Sega's creative talent and highlighting their commitment to developing games for the Xbox platform. Key Sega announcements from the show included the confirmation of Dreamcast production ending after 10 million units shipped worldwide, the upcoming arcade release of Virtua Fighter 4, the decision to bring Phantasy Star Online Episode In and 2 to Xbox, and the announcement of Sakura Wars 4. They also detailed plans for Probe Arena and the shift of Derby Owners Club development from Dreamcast to PC. Elsewhere at the show, Hideo Kojima was on hand at the Konami booth to discuss Metal Gear Solid 2. This page continues the coverage of the Tokyo Game Show Autumn 2001. Microsoft's Xbox booth was a massive presence, reportedly the largest at the show at 57 meters long, featuring 152 demo units. It offered special sound demos and daily appearances from notable creators, including Yuji Naka, Keiji Inafune, and Koji Okada, who shared their expectations for the Xbox. The page also shows the impressive cosplay scene, a TGS staple. A major stage event covered is the Dangerous Creator Battle, a talk show featuring Yuji Naka, Koji Okada, and Keiji Inafune, where they engaged in discussions about game development, including some surprisingly strong comments regarding platform development. Various other companies showcased their lineups. Square Enix drew lines for trial plays of Dragon Quest IV and Star Ocean 3. Namco featured titles like MotoGP 2 and Alpine Racer 3. Taito held a talk show for Graffiti Kingdoms. Sony Computer Entertainment (SCE) focused primarily on their PS2 first-party titles, with a miniature theater and open play areas. A highlight was the announcement of the limited edition PS2 European Automobile Color Collection, featuring 5 distinct colors. They also unveiled a new PS1 dedicated LCD monitor, demonstrating its quality by showing Dragon Quest IV running on it. The page concludes with a summary of the show, noting the high attendance and the confirmation that TGS will return to an annual schedule from the following year, signaling a renewed energy in the industry. This page delves into Final Fantasy VII, Square's ambitious venture into the online RPG space, stating its development is 65% complete. It highlights FFXI as a core title for their Play Online service, and notes that key figures from the development team spoke about the game at a recent event, likely the Tokyo Game Show covered previously. The article emphasizes the shift to an online format, discussing how player interactions and cooperative play against strong enemies will be central to the experience, unlike traditional single-player Final Fantasy titles. Developers Hiroichi Ishii and Hiromichi Tanaka share insights, noting the excitement of real-time user feedback and the unique challenges of building a persistent online world. The world of FFXI, known as Vana'diel, is described as vast, featuring multiple nations, diverse races, and a variety of creatures and intelligent NPCs. Players will create their own character, referred to as another self, customizing race, job, and other attributes which can be adjusted later. Artwork of the Hume race, a human-like species, is featured as an example of the character creation possibilities. Screenshots show the game in action, including a demo setup at a show, and in-game scenes showcasing the world and character models, emphasizing the scale and detail of this new online adventure. This page continues the deep dive into Final Fantasy Edging, detailing Square's approach to their first online RPG. The developers discuss their philosophy, emphasizing the detailed world and player experience, even acknowledging the financial investment required for players with the need for the PS2 hard disk drive. The article explores the role of cinematic elements, noting that while beautiful CG movies will be used for things like the opening, the dynamic nature of online play means they won't be integrated into moment-to-moment gameplay, like in single-player titles. A major focus is placed on communication and community, highlighting the joy of teaming up with other players for battles, trading, and mutual support, a core element of online RPGs. It mentions party sizes and the ability for multiple groups to join forces. Technologically, the mandatory hard disk drive is explained not just for faster loading, but also for seamless version updates and enabling the display of more objects and characters on screen, crucial for a populated online world. The potential user capacity is discussed, alongside confirmation of concurrent development for a Windows version and an overseas release, likely targeting North America, with basic translation support between English and Japanese players. The beta test is slated to begin in December 2001, with details available on the Play Online website. Screenshots showcase the game world, character models, and group combat, along with an image of the PS2 hard disk drive accessory. This page dives deep into the world of Sakura Wars with some monumental news. It kicks off with a major announcement from the series creator, Oji Hiroi, regarding the sudden retirement of a beloved character, Sumire Kanzaki, voiced by Michi Tomizawa. This shocking news was delivered during a New Year's song show and has sent ripples through the fanbase. It's confirmed that this decision even led to changes in the scenario for the upcoming Sakura Wars 4 to accommodate her departure. Development of Sakura Wars 4 is marching towards completion, boasting a star-studded cast featuring characters from both the Imperial Capital and Paris divisions, creating what's described as a Dreamcast. The content volume is expected to be comparable to Sakura Wars 3, utilizing impressive CG. Adding to the excitement, the long-awaited Sakura Wars movie is reaching its climax and is set for a December 22nd release. Fans looking forward to the film can grab a second round of advance tickets starting November 3rd, which come with a special Crying Drum bonus packed with the latest information. The movie features impressive CG work, and it's highlighted that veteran actress Akiko Kuno will be voicing the popular character Ratchet Altair. The page features character art for Ratchet and Lachette from the movie. This page continues to deliver exciting news for Soccer Wars fans, highlighting upcoming releases related to the series' 5th anniversary and the highly anticipated movie. First up is a limited-time DVD box release featuring 2 distinct performances: See God's Separate Story, based on a Kyoka Izumi work, and a special mini-live show by the Paris Flower Division. This impressive 2-disc set is priced at 9,800 yen and is only available for a short pre-order window until November 29th, releasing on December 7th. It's packed with content, including interviews, bonus footage, and notably, original script books for both shows, allowing fans to preserve these performances permanently. The series creator, Oji Hiroi, was directly involved in planning this release, ensuring its quality and appeal. The page also provides more details on the Soccer Wars movie, focusing on the action and new characters. We see Ratchet Altair showcased, described as being skilled in knife throwing, alongside her powerful Jufu mech. The movie is making extensive use of CG for its battle sequences, promising dynamic combat. Introducing a new threat, the unmanned mass-produced Yaksha steam mech is revealed, hinting at intense battles ahead. Finally, for those looking forward to the movie, the second round of advance tickets starting November 3rd is highlighted, confirming they come with a bonus crawdrom filled with exclusive movie information like staff and cast details, character introductions, and interviews. It's a fantastic way to get a deeper look before the film's release. This page focuses on the upcoming fighting game, Soul Calibur 2, detailing the continuation of the story 3 years after the first game and introducing a new character. Featured prominently is Hong Yun-seong, a young fighter seeking the Sword of Salvation to help his homeland. His profile provides key details like his age, weapon, which is a Chinese sword, and fighting style. His story involves his quest, mistaking the powerful Soul Calibur for the sword he seeks, and his journey to Europe. The page highlights his unique gameplay, emphasizing his powerful and frequent use of kicks, in addition to his sword techniques. Screenshots illustrate his fighting style and stances. The article notes the game is approximately 50% complete and is planned for release on PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. This page dives into the established cast of Soul Calibur, presenting profiles and story snippets for several fan-favorite characters. We see details for Ivy, the Whipsword user, on her mission to destroy Soul Edge after a shocking discovery about her past. Taki, the ninja, is highlighted with her dual blades and quest to control her cursed weapon and track the evil blade's fragments. Mitsurugi, the skilled samurai, is featured, continuing his relentless pursuit of ultimate strength tied to the swords. Cassandra, the younger sister of Sophicia, is introduced with her sword and shield, embarking on a journey prompted by her sister's connection to the cursed fragments. Talim, the young wind priestess, is shown sensing the evil of Soul Edge and traveling to understand it. Finally, the ominous Nightmare is profiled, confirming his return and connection to the malevolent blade. The page provides essential stats like age, origin, and fighting style for each, alongside screenshots showing them in action. This page is the main news section for GameSpot Japan, covering updates and events from October 8th to October 22nd. It highlights various happenings in the gaming world and related industries. One key event covered is a talk by Keiji Inafune, producer of the Onimusha series, at the Digital Future 2001 festival. He discussed the role of CG technology and the essence of game creation, showing a movie from Onimusha 2. Another report features the release of Super Robot Battle Twinver 2 for PC from Banpresto, noting that actress Natsuki Kato is the image girl for the game, and includes a picture of her with the box. There's significant news regarding the Sakura Wars series, specifically the retirement of Michi Tomizawa, the voice actress for Sumire Kanzaki. Comments from series creator Oji Hiroi and producer Katsuaki Daimon are included, reflecting on her contribution. Leading up to the release of Seaman on PlayStation 2, a limited-time Seaman Cafe opened in Tokyo, offering Seaman-themed food like curry and desserts. The page shows pictures of the cafe and the unique menu items. The page also touches on Sega-exclusive merchandise available through D-Direct, industry news like the standardization of digital cinema transmission, the impending closure of Yokohama Dreamland Amusement Park, and the confirmed dates and location for E3 2002 in Los Angeles. Finally, it briefly notes the end of the Sega Marine Fishing Network service. This news update covers various platform updates and events. Dreamcast fans of Sakura Wars 3 can download a new summer-themed scenario for the Drama download service. PC gamers have a new romance adventure game from Key, the developers of Canon and Air, slated for a 2002 release. Popular character Toshiro is holding an event in Osaka, following a successful Tokyo event. Mobile users will see classic adventure games like Hokkaido Renzoku Satsujin and the Portopia serial murder case coming to iMode. Finally, Tokyo will host the character Carnival 2001 and Giraffes 2001 autumn events, featuring character goods and stage events. The update concludes with article corrections. This page covers various gaming news across multiple platforms. On the handheld front, the Super Small Pokemon Mini is finally set for release on December 14th, with pre-orders available offering a special strap bonus at major retailers and Pokemon centers. Moving to Xbox, the music lineup for Jet Set Radio Future is highlighted, featuring the final tracks from Grand Royal. A special unit called the Latch Brothers, including Mike D from Beastie Boys, contributed exclusive songs, alongside remixes and tracks from other artists like Brand Van 3000 and Sibo Matto. PC gamers can look forward to the Japanese release of Subaru Rally Championship Extreme, a detailed rally simulation game from Game Village, featuring a pist editor, navigator instructions, and network play for up to 6 people. For mobile users, Konami is integrating its popular iMode and IAPP sites into 2 new services, Konami Net DX and Otokuna Site Konami, offering a wide range of games including baseball, racing, music, and simulation titles under subscription models. Finally, industry trends include Sega's strong presence at TGS, their increasing shift to online business, and confirmation of the Panasonic Q release date. GameSpot's weekly access ranking shows top news items were the holding of TGS, the reveal of new characters like Talim and Nightmare for Soul Calibur 2, the European Xbox price and release date announcement, a retirement announcement at TGS, and news regarding Dreamcast shipments and software sales suspensions. November brings the Card Game Festa 2001 third event, expecting 10,000 attendees. The Game Boy Advance gets a limited edition silver color release on December 1st, exclusively online and at Tsutaya stores. Author Samsung Yoshimatsu will sign copies of his new book, Sega's Games Are the Best, 2. In Akihabara. Dreamcast owners can enter a Candy Stripe Mirai Tenshi Christmas campaign for prizes, including signed items. Industry milestones include 20 million PS2 and 10 million GBA units shipped, with Dreamcast surpassing 1 million. News also covers the Tokyo Game Show 2001 autumn, including Soul Calibur 2 reveals, and Sega's announcement of Shenmue 2 and Phantasy Star Online for the Xbox, alongside the European Xbox price and release date details. This page kicks off with news about peripherals and online gaming, specifically covering a new ISDN terminal adapter for PlayStation 2 that allows connection to play online, the service housing the upcoming Final Fantasy Shtick beta test. Shifting gears, there's a quick look at a new interactive soccer toy game from Epoch. Reported from the Tokyo Game Show 2001 autumn event, the page details the Aquarian Age tournament, highlighting the strong performance and victory by the editing team of this very magazine, Dorimaga. Further down, there's a section on goods and presents, featuring a chance to win wrestling-related video and virtual trading cards, as well as promotional items for the movie Clone. Most significant news comes from the D-Direct online store section. It announces ongoing campaigns, including reservations for titles like Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, Sonic Advance, and Sakura Taisen Online. Notably, the official Sonic Factory shop has opened, offering exclusive Sonic Team merchandise. Crucially for Dreamcast fans, there's a prominent warning that Dreamcast console stock is running low, and a final sale date is announced for late October. This is a must-read for anyone still looking to grab a console. The latest software sales rankings highlight the PlayStation 2 as a dominant platform. Dynasty Warriors 3 leads the chart, followed by Time Crisis 2. The top 10 also features titles like Wario Land 4, GBA, Silent Hill 2, PS2, and Luigi's Mansion, GameCube. The list includes a variety of genres, such as action, RPGs, King's Field IV, Ace Combat 04, Super Robot Wars Advance, and sports games. Everybody's Golf 3, All-Star Baseball 2002. The Game Boy Advance is currently experiencing strong sales, with Super Robot Wars Advance boosting its popularity. PS2 sales are slightly slower, while the PS1 LCD monitor is not selling well. The GameCube market remains relatively quiet. This page presents the reader-voted ranking of highly anticipated upcoming game titles, featuring the top 30. Topping the list is Sakura Wars 4 for Dreamcast, a major sequel whose announcement, including a significant plot point mentioned in the header text, generated considerable buzz, especially following its reveal at the Tokyo Game Show. The second spot goes to Sakura Wars Online, also for Dreamcast, highlighting the series' strong popularity. Ranking third is Soul Calibur 2, a highly anticipated fighting game sequel set for multiple platforms, promising an expanded story and new characters. The page also highlights several other promising titles in a pickup section. These include Missing Parts, the Tante Stories for Dreamcast, a mystery adventure from Fog, and Gran Turismo Concept 2001 Tokyo for PlayStation 2, showcasing futuristic concept cars. Further down, To Restro and Holiday for PS2 brings Sony's beloved mascot to the ranking, while Innocent Tears is noted as a new title for Xbox. The full list covers anticipated games across various platforms, reflecting reader excitement based on surveys. This page dives into reader survey results, starting with a Transplant Wish section, asking which games readers want ported to various consoles. It lists the top 5 desired ports for Dreamcast, GameCube, portable systems, PlayStation 2, and Xbox. It's interesting to see titles like Nights into Dreams and Virtua Fighter 4 appearing high on multiple lists, showing their broad appeal. The survey also provides hardware ownership and purchase intention data for each platform. Below this, the page features the Video Game Arcade ranking top 15, showcasing the most popular titles currently in Japanese arcades. Virtua Fighter 4 holds the top spot, a testament to its dominance in the fighting game scene at the time. Other high-ranking games include Mobile Suit Gundam, Federation vs. Xeon DX, and Tekken 4. Finally, 2 games are highlighted in the Pickup Softs section. Virtual On Force, the latest entry in the popular giant robot fighting series, is showcased with a screenshot and notes on its upcoming release, and features like 4-player battles. The other pickup is Inu no Osanpo, Dog Walking, an unusual arcade simulation title with a unique controller setup for walking virtual dogs, presented with a screenshot of the arcade cabinet. This page presents a comprehensive release schedule across multiple gaming platforms, highlighting upcoming software titles. The Dreamcast section lists upcoming games, including notable titles like Power Smash 2, Virtua Tennis 2, and Rez. It also draws attention to direct exclusive original games, like Shiren, The Wanderer Gaiden, Swordswoman Asuka, and Yoshino no Oka de Nemukoronde, mentioning special bonuses for purchasers. The page notes that the Dreamcast continues to have appealing titles worth following. The schedules also cover anticipated releases for Nintendo GameCube, Xbox, PC, Windows and Macintosh, and Game Boy Advance, though details for these are less prominent than the Dreamcast list. Significantly, the page features a section dedicated to Sega's supply of titles to other hardware platforms. This includes a list of Sega games slated for release on the PlayStation 2, such as the popular ports of Crazy Taxi, Rez, Transporter Edition, and the highly anticipated fighting game, Virtua Fighter 4. Finally, the PlayStation 2 section highlights a major milestone, global shipments reaching 20 million units by October 10 of that year, detailing the regional breakdown. It also mentions limited edition color variations available for the console. This page continues the extensive game release schedule, focusing heavily on the PlayStation 2 lineup. Building upon the PS2 segment highlighted on the previous page, this section details a wide array of titles slated for release, ranging from upcoming titles like Gran Turismo 3 Aspect, Final Fantasy XI, and Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, to many games marked with tentative dates or simply listed as coming soon. The schedule includes titles across various genres, indicating a robust future for the platform at this time. Below the main schedule, there's also a mention of future releases extending into 2002 and beyond, including titles like Kingdom Hearts and Soul Calibur 2. Additionally, the page features an interesting piece about a dedicated PS1 monitor. This high-quality 5-inch TFT LCD display connects to the PS1 console, offering a bright picture and integrated stereo speakers, providing a portable gaming experience. It's noted that the monitor is priced higher than the PS1 console itself, highlighting its specific purpose and features. This page presents upcoming game release information for the Nintendo GameCube and the Xbox, shifting focus from the PlayStation schedule seen previously. The GameCube section includes a table detailing Japanese releases and a piece discussing the successful North American launch on November 18. It highlights the console's strong initial sales and mentions bundled offers like magazine subscriptions, indicating significant consumer interest. The release list shows titles expected in late 2001 and early 2002, including Pikmin, FIFA Football 2002, and Super Smash Bros. Melee. Further down, the list extends into 2002 and beyond, with anticipated titles such as Resident Evil, Star Fox Adventures, and Soul Calibur 2. Though the GameCube information is a section dedicated to the Xbox, featuring a photo of the console and controller. It notes the console is scheduled for release in Japan on February 22, 2002. A release schedule table lists games expected around the launch period and into 2002. This list includes titles like Dead or Alive 3, Project Gotham Racing, and Halo Combat Evolved, showcasing the diverse lineup planned for the console's debut and beyond. This page shifts focus to the handheld market, primarily highlighting the tremendous success of the Game Boy Advance. A significant announcement is featured, revealing that the Game Boy Advance had already shipped an impressive 10 million units in Japan by the end of September 2001, achieving this milestone in just 6 months since its launch. The article notes Nintendo's target to ship 24 million units in the following year, demonstrating strong confidence in the platform. The page includes visuals of the GBA console itself and accessories like the link cable. Comprehensive release schedules are presented, detailing numerous upcoming GBA titles for late 2001 and into 2002, featuring major entries like the Super Mario Advance series, Golden Sun, Castlevania, Circle of the Moon, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, and anticipating future releases such as various Final Fantasy titles, Dragon Quest Monsters games, and Metroid Fusion. Additionally, the page provides smaller sections for the Game Boy Color and WonderSwan Color, showing images of these systems and listing their upcoming software lineups, including titles like Pokémon Crystal for GBC and Final Fantasy games for WSC. This provides a good overview of the handheld landscape at the time. This page dives into the reader-driven rankings across all hardware platforms to find the most interesting game. It features the Reader's Race, where players vote and provide scores and comments on games they've played. The main event is a large table listing games ranked by their average reader score, showing consoles, genres, and release details. Featured prominently is the top-ranked game, Dynasty Warriors 3, on PS2. The Spotlight section includes a screenshot of the chaotic battlefield action and a reader's comment praising it as a significant power-up from the previous entry, highlighting the fun combat and character interactions, though noting minor issues like the map. Also spotlighted is the 8th-ranked game, Memories Off Second on Dreamcast. This section includes a visual novel-style screenshot and reader feedback emphasizing the enjoyable characters, the game's lasting impression, and its well-crafted system and visuals. Rounding out the spotlighted games is the 9th-ranked title, Fun Ireki on PlayStation. The screenshot shows a character overlaid on a real-world photo background. Reader comments describe it as a unique take on the adventure genre with its travel theme, praising its realistic presentation as a refreshing direction. Overall, this page captures the reader's voice on the current gaming landscape, showcasing popular titles across different consoles and genres through their direct feedback and rankings. This page of reader rankings highlights several games across various platforms. On Game Boy Color, Mystery Dungeon, Shiren the Wanderer GB2 is praised for its enduring appeal. Super Robot Wars A on Game Boy Advance impressed with its quality, strategic depth, and battle scenes, though some missed the battle skip feature. The Dreamcast Adventure Air continues to shine, with high scores and emotional impact. Other notable titles include Summon Night 2 on PlayStation 2, Luigi's Mansion on GameCube for its unique gameplay, and Gran Turismo 3 a spec on PlayStation 2, appreciated even by non-car enthusiasts. Mario Kart Super Circuit on Game Boy Advance is celebrated for its handheld racing fun. A special Dreamcast-focused ranking will be featured next. This page is dedicated to the ongoing Dreamcast reader ranking, picking up from the previous page's mention of a special DC focus. It highlights the continuation of 3 years of accumulated data for the ranking and a commitment to cover all Dreamcast software. The ranking system, including concepts like Reader's Choice and Hall of Fame, based on reader votes and accumulated points, is explained. While the full ranking table is shown, the commentary focuses on shifts, noting that Sakura Wars 3 saw a drop in position, while Cardcept 2nd climbed significantly. The page also introduces some new or recent Dreamcast titles. Let's Make a Pro Baseball Team and Let's Play is featured as a bundle, with reviewers commenting on its value and the distinct appeal of the two included titles. Garou Mark of the Wolves is reviewed, praised for its enduring charm and character appeal, despite being an older fighting game title. Finally, Eldorado Gate Volume 7 is discussed, noting it as the final volume of the episodic RPG series, and expressing satisfaction with its conclusion, even with the adjusted number of volumes. The overall sentiment suggests the Dreamcast scene remains active, with both established favorites holding strong and new releases drawing attention. This page focuses on Capcom vs. SNK 2. Millionaire Fighting 2001, featured as Volume 79 and aiming for a high reader score. The game is highlighted as the second Dream Festival, bringing together characters from Capcom and SNK, boasting a massive roster of 48 fighters, and even supporting cross-platform battles between Dreamcast and PlayStation 2. The review emphasizes the dramatic evolution of the system, building upon the previous game. It introduces 6 different grooves and a flexible free ratio system that allows players to form teams of 1 to 4 characters, creating diverse strategic possibilities with a large character lineup. A developer comment proudly declares it the pinnacle of 2D fighting games, offering network battles and deep customization for fans. The reviewer, Take Tobasa, reflects on the game's appeal, noting its strength comes from combining iconic characters from legendary series like Street Fighter and the King of Fighters. The sheer number of characters means there's constant excitement in seeing different moves and team combinations. The strategic depth provided by the grooves, ratio system, and team order makes every match engaging. The reviewer feels the game has significantly evolved and offers a high level of freedom compared to its predecessor. The right side of the page displays the full DC Soft Odds Chart B, which is a continuation of the ongoing Dreamcast reader ranking, listing games, genres, and average scores in the 121st iteration of the race. The next page presents a substantial portion of the ongoing Dreamcast reader ranking, picking up where the previous page left off. This section spans rankings from 95 down to 329, categorized into 3 main charts, C, D, and E. It provides a comprehensive look at how readers scored a wide array of Dreamcast titles. Among the hundreds of games listed are familiar hits across many genres. You'll see popular fighting games like entries from the Capcom vs. SNK series and the King of Fighters Evolution, alongside critically acclaimed RPGs such as Skies of Arcadia and Grandia 2. Action game fans submitted scores for titles like Soul Calibur and Resident Evil 3, while unique Dreamcast experiences like Samba de Amigo, Crazy Taxi, and Rez also feature prominently in the list. Each entry in the chart displays the game's current rank, its previous rank, the title, genre, and its calculated average reader score. The bottom text comments on the ranking race as the year draws to a close, noting the competitive nature and reflecting briefly on the state of the console and Sega's presence. The All-DC Software Odds table concludes with ranks 329 to 368, continuing reader-submitted rankings. Commentary highlights ranking shifts, noting significant drops for titles like Shenmue 2 and Resident Evil Code, Veronica, and a major rise for Cosmo Smush. Voice of the Readers features diverse player comments on game requests, Dorimaga purchases, fighting game moves, limited editions, cheap accessories, and emulation. The All Hard Reader race details voting rules, including postcard or internet voting for recent software. Contests are promoted, including predicting debut ranks, Time Crisis 2, and average scores, Virtua Tennis 2, with screenshots. Winners and prize draws are announced. Finally, a list of unranked new releases and a closing comment on the Dreamcast table's status are provided. This page announces a massive reader service campaign, a joint effort between Dorimaga and Raspberry Magazine, offering items to everyone who applies. There are a total of 19 different goods available, and they highlight 7 of them here. We see promotional art or items for popular series. Featured items include Mahoro-matic, showcasing the main character Mahoro. Green, with a shot of a character relaxing with a handheld game. And Lovers, Koi ni Ochitara, featuring a girl on a bed. There's also original art by Akio Watanabe, featuring Komugi Nakahara, from Nurse Witch Komugi, a spin-off of Soul Taker, depicted as a paper doll dress-up set. Reader Die, ROD, is represented with dynamic art of Yomiko Reedman. Rounding out the featured items are a book based on Guru Creature and a special game review book from Dorimaga itself. It's an all-applicant service, meaning everyone who submits the required application gets their chosen item. The application process involves using a special form from the magazine, filling out details, selecting one item, and paying a fee at the post office. Delivery is expected from mid-January 2002 onwards. This is a great way for fans to get exclusive merchandise from their favorite series, and the magazines themselves. This page continues the All Applicants Service campaign, presenting items 8 through 21, exclusive merchandise from various series. Item 8 features an illustration from Izumi Takeda, while Item 9 showcases Game Tora no Anna artwork by Yukiko Kamimura. Item 10 presents Digilog channel art, followed by Item 11, Dora-chan's Game Review, by Tatsuneko. Further offerings include artwork from Guru Guru Creature, Kadokawa World, Mokyu Mokyu Ankoku Taikoku, and Something Yoshimatsu Theater. Items 16 to 21. Highlight Sonic Adventure 2, Shenmue 2, Memories Off Second, Kanaria Kono Omoi wo Uti a ni Nozete, Capcom vs SNK 2, and YS2. Contact information is available for application inquiries. The application deadline is November 30th, 2001. The Dorimaga soft review section covers game releases from October 26th to November 8th, utilizing a scoring system from 1 to 10. 3 PlayStation 2 games are reviewed. Teimon no Sangokushi, a historical simulation, receives praise for its accessibility despite its simplicity, scoring 6.57. Gun Survivor 2 Biohazard Code. Veronica, a survival horror shooter, gets a 5.75 due to issues with the combat system. Time Crisis 2, an arcade light gun shooter port, earns an 8.75 for its faithful recreation of the arcade experience, cooperative play, and challenging difficulty. The page also previews the PC game In Nue Ryoko last season and introduces the reviewers and their preferences. This page features a large advertisement for the Shenmue 2 Complete Guide Strategy Book. The main image showcases the game's protagonists, Ryo Hazuki and Shenhua, set against a scenic backdrop. Prominently displayed is the title, Shenmue 2 Complete Guide Full Strategy, with emphasis on extra-large detail. The book is described as a comprehensive 288-page guide that condenses everything about Shenmue 2. It highlights several key features, including a flowchart for the shortest path through the game, detailed folding and area maps to help players navigate the world, a complete breakdown of main events, sub-events, mini-games, and all items, and data on all martial arts moves with secrets for winning battles. A smaller image shows the actual cover of the guidebook, confirming it is a 5-size and full color. The price is listed as 1,800 yen before tax. The publisher is SoftBank Publishing, and contact information and their website are provided. There is also a mention of a game information website. This page dives into the interim results of the Dorimaga Fund, a fascinating project launched 2 months prior in the magazine. The idea was to see if readers were willing to contribute financially and vote on which Sega franchises they most wanted to see revived or developed into new games, potentially on Dreamcast or other platforms. The response has been strong. The report shows over 6,500 applicants have participated, pledging a provisional total of over 45 million yen. The magazine highlights the top requested titles based on these votes. Leading the pack is A Desire for More Nights, the classic Saturn title, showing fans are eager for that magic again. Other high-ranking requests include Burning Rangers, the Virtual Lempaklon series, and Panzer Dragoon titles. It's interesting to see games like Virtua Fighter 4, which was already out on PlayStation 2, appear on the list, though the article notes requests to bring it to Dreamcast were surprisingly few. Fan favorites from other eras like Azazel, Panzer Dragoon, and Fighters Megamix also made the top 15, alongside Dreamcast hits like Skies of Arcadia. The article mentions that a sequel to Shenmue 2 came in at number 25. It's clear fans have a lot of passion for Sega's legacy and future. The next page provides a detailed report on the progress of the Dorimaga Fund, featuring an interview with Sega's Mr. Takizaki. He discusses the state of the Dreamcast following the hardware production halt, explaining the shift in focus to the remaining software lineup and how titles originally planned for DC might appear on other platforms. He touches upon the status of games like Let's Make a Soccer Team, Derby Owners Club, and Virtua Tennis 2. The core of the discussion revolves around the Dorimaga Fund itself. Building on the previous page's results showing high demand for classics like Knights, Burning Rangers, Virtual On, and Panzer Dragoon, Mr. Takizaki explains the fund's purpose is to confirm fan desires and potentially inform future game development, even on other systems. He confirms the strong interest in these titles. Screenshots of what appear to be the Virtual On series are shown. fitting with the highly requested franchise. The article concludes by stating, the final tally of the fund's results is imminent and will be reported next month, along with a call for readers to continue sending in their requests and information for the magazine's investigation team. This page is an advertisement for Raspberry Volume 2, an emotional Bishoujo character magazine, now on sale. The magazine, priced at 980 yen, is packed with content about popular anime and games. Highlights include a deep dive into the anime Mahoromatic, which started broadcasting on October 5th, and a must-read section on Read or Die, ROD. On the PC gaming front, there's extensive information on the highly anticipated Pia Heart 3, which is finally moving forward after 3 years. It also covers other PC titles like Comic Party, which is still popular and includes a special desk mat bonus, and Snow, promising a detailed look at character costumes. The magazine even touches on the Xbox, with a feature on the Bishoujo game Bistro Cupid. Beyond games and anime, there are original comics and garage kit pages. The ad boasts that they aren't limited in the titles they cover, focusing on presenting them appealingly, and they've included plenty of extras, like a mobile strap, desk mat, and a set of 4 postcards. Volume 1, featuring Missing Blue, is also highlighted as being currently on sale. This all-out hardcore strategy page visualizes the early 2000s console wars, featuring personified consoles as military commanders strategize. It highlights the PlayStation 2's dominance, emphasizing its rapid sales and production plans. The page then breaks down specific platform strategies. Section 1 focuses on new Sega's world strategy, outlining games like Jet Set Radio Future and Rez, targeting various consoles. Section 2 details Xbox's Japan strategy, listing games such as Dead or Alive 3 and Phantom Crash. A Scoop section teases upcoming information on FOG's new title for Dreamcast, and the latest installment of GT, Gran Turismo, on PS2. The overall theme centers on intense competition, game releases, and the console market's dynamic landscape. This page delves into Sega's bold new world strategy for conquering the new era as they transition from hardware to a software-focused company. The main point is a massive challenge set by Sega's coup, aiming to sell 35 million units of software globally on their own by 2003, becoming the world's strongest software maker. While shifting focus, they also target achieving 10 million Dreamcast units shipped worldwide, showing continued support for their existing console base. A major highlight is the announcement that Sonic Team's critically acclaimed online RPG, Phantasy Star Online, is coming to Xbox, GameCube, and GBA, signaling their aggressive multi-platform push. The page shows images related to this strategy, including Sega's coup, scenes from a conference event, a Sega Game Show booth showcasing games on various platforms, and hardware, like a keyboard controller. There are also screenshots that appear to be from Phantasy Star Online, showing characters and environments. This strategy represents a significant pivot for Sega and aims to leverage their strong development teams across the industry. This page continues, detailing Sega's ambitious new era strategy following their transition to a software-only company, aiming to sell 35 million units worldwide by 2003. The page breaks down this target regionally: 10 million in Japan, 15 million in North America, and 10 million in Europe. Sega outlines 5 key strategies to achieve this: strengthening Sega sports titles, leveraging major franchises, revitalizing vintage brands like Virtua Fighter and Sakura Wars, creating new titles, and using licensed characters. They also discuss their approach to different platforms, emphasizing PS2's online capabilities, bringing signature titles like Phantasy Star Online and Sonic to Nintendo systems, and developing an arcade board for Xbox while releasing games such as Shenmue 2 and Outrun 2. The page highlights details about the upcoming PlayStation 2 release of Virtua Fighter 4, showcasing its AI training system and character customization features. It also confirms that AM2 is actively developing for Xbox, with Shenmue 2 being their first release on the console, and plans for titles like Outrun 2 and the development of a new Xbox arcade board. Sega also focuses on a stronger PC and online presence, aiming to be top class in this area. Following the Dreamcast's performance, Sega is charting a new course. Sakura Wars 4 will launch on Dreamcast in March. However, some games are shifting platforms. Derby Owners Club Online moves to PC to reach a broader audience, while House of the Dead 3 is cancelled for the Dreamcast. Rhythm game fans rejoice as Space Channel 5 Part 2 returns with enhancements like a 2-player mode. Director Mizuguchi highlights its evolution into a musical action adventure. Sega is also changing distribution. Games like Space Channel 5 Part 2 and Sega sports titles, NFL 2K2, NBA 2K2, NHL 2K2, WSB 2K2, will be exclusive to their online store, D-Direct. Other games like Rez and Space Channel 5 Part 2 on PS2 will have standard retail releases. The page concludes with images from TGS, including demos for Jet Set Radio Future on Xbox and appearances by popular Sega mascots. The next page details Sega's strategic shift onto other platforms and unfortunate cancellations. We learn why games like Propeller Arena and F355 Challenge, listed as MSR, on Dreamcast were ultimately cancelled. Propeller Arena, an AM2 title, fell victim to global events, while F355 Challenge faced issues with bugs and sales expectations despite being released overseas. Sega is pushing ahead by bringing new titles to PlayStation 2, Xbox, and GameCube. Noteworthy games include Handheld Sword, Card Captor Sakura, multiple Sega titles including online functionality, Phantasy Star Online, Shenmue 2, Coldcept 2nd, and Arrow Dancing 4, highlighting their multi-platform approach. Excitingly, Skies of Arcadia, Eternal Arcadia, is getting new life. It's confirmed for porting to both PlayStation 2 and GameCube. The producer mentions the ports are underway, aiming to utilize each hardware's strengths and hoping fans play the first game to pave the way for potential future installments. In other news, AM2 fans can look forward to a book covering Yu Suzuki's work with concept art and materials, plus a Gondrom featuring classic AM2 arcade games. There's also a brief mention of sales forecasts and the continued use of Naomi arcade hardware. 43. This page dives into Jet Set Radio Future on the Xbox, following up on Sega's expanded platform strategy discussed previously. The striking cel-shaded graphics, a hallmark of the series, are immediately apparent in the vibrant screenshots showcasing high-speed action and graffiti tagging in a futuristic Shibuya setting, specifically the Dogonzaka area. The article highlights how the game, developed by Smilebit, was a major attraction at the recent Tokyo Game Show due to its prominent placement at the Xbox booth. Attendees were impressed by the evolution from the previous game, noting smoother animation, enhanced speed, and responsive controls, despite the fast pace. The game is described as a street action adventure for 14 players, targeting a February 22, 2002 release, and reported to be 55% complete at the time. An interview with key development staff, planning director Masayoshi Kikuchi, producer Takayuki Kawagoe, and design director Ryota Ueda, provides insight into the game's progress and TGS showing. They express satisfaction with the demo reception, particularly seeing families enjoy the game, and how they effectively conveyed the differences from the Dreamcast version. While the TGS demo stages, Dogonzaka and training stages, represent only a small fraction, around 510%, of the overall game content, they were designed to give a strong sense of the high-speed, exhilarating action and the game's unique feel, including sections specifically built for grinding and a memorable jet coaster-like stage. They aim to create an action game that anyone can easily pick up and enjoy. The next page continues the deep dive into Jet Set Radio Future, focusing on key gameplay evolutions. It highlights the significant change to graffiti painting, now a non-stop painting experience, where you can tag while moving by holding the R trigger, a departure from the original Jet Set Radio where you often had to stop. This emphasizes the game's focus on speed and flow. The article also discusses the adventure elements, where events trigger as you traverse the city, encountering and interacting with characters, leading to unpredictable happenings. The enemy characters section explains how spray cans aren't just for tagging. They can be used offensively against enemies, including attacking the formidable Onishima and even helicopters. The strategic use of spray cans is key, and running out is something to avoid. An interview with director Kikuchi touches upon the character selection screen, which drew attention at TGS due to many character slots appearing as question marks, hinting at a large roster. The game also features a battle play mode for up to 4 players, including modes like graffiti battles, expanding on the multiplayer aspects. Control improvements are mentioned, aiming for a smoother, more intuitive feel, making the game accessible even for those less skilled at action games. The developers aim to create a thrilling, easy-to-play action experience. This page features a special report on Virtua Striker 3 Ver.2002 for the GameCube. The article announces that development is proceeding smoothly, and the release date has been decided. Shown at events like E3, Space World, and TGS, the GameCube version has evolved significantly from its arcade counterpart, boasting an overwhelming volume said to be 4 times greater. This isn't just a simple port, but a reborn title, with reworked game systems and detailed enhancements tailored for home play. A screenshot highlights the inclusion of actual player names for national teams, such as the Japan squad shown here. The report includes comments from producer Satoshi Misufune of Amusement Vision. He discusses the positive reception at TGS and confirms the immense scale of the game, emphasizing that despite the increased volume, quality has not been sacrificed. He also touches on adjustments made for the home console experience, such as using the S-Stel button for player substitutions, indicating a shift towards more home console-friendly controls, while aiming to maintain the series' simple, easy-to-understand concept. The game is scheduled for release on January 24, 2002, priced at 6,800 yen, published by Sega/Amusement Vision. This page continues the coverage of Virtua Striker 3 Ver.2002, this time focusing on the GameCube version. It announces a new original mode called Road to International Cup, described as a simulation experience where players train and manage a team over 4 years through regional qualifiers and tournaments, with the goal of winning the International Cup. Teams developed in this mode can be used elsewhere. An interview section provides insights into development progress, stating it's currently around 50% complete. The focus is on ensuring the core match gameplay and CPU opponents are solid. The team is also making the interface simple and easy to understand, even without a manual, which is a key goal for the home console release. Impressions from playing the TGS demo highlight several positive points. The game maintains the series' signature easy-to-understand gameplay. The field view is wider than the arcade version, making it easier to see teammate positioning. Control options include both analog and digital input, with dedicated buttons for actions like player substitutions. The match length in the demo, 3-minute halves plus extra time, is considered a good duration for quick, exciting games. The overall sentiment from the TGS demo is that the game is shaping up well and feels like a significant evolution of the Virtua Striker series for home consoles. Other modes, like an edit mode, are also mentioned as being added. This page introduces Rez, a unique shooting game from UGA, United Game Artists, led by Tetsuya Mizuguchi, known for games like Space Channel 5. It's described as a new generation of sensory game, focusing on the fusion of sound, light, and vibration. The core gameplay involves shooting enemies to create musical phrases, layering sounds in sync with the rhythm. A key feature highlighted is the Trance Vibrator, a separate USB accessory for the PlayStation 2 version that pulses in time with the game's audio and visual elements, aiming to provide a full-body sensory experience. This device was sold separately. Coverage of the Tokyo Game Show presence notes that instead of a playable demo, Rez was presented with its sound output through massive speakers, emphasizing the importance of the game's audio design. An interview with Tetsuya Mizuguchi reveals his perspective, explaining that the lack of a playable demo was a conscious decision to first let people feel the game, particularly through the vibration aspect, which he considers a crucial, unique experience. He mentions his focus for UGA on Rez and the upcoming Space Channel 5 Part 2 for the year ahead. The visuals show abstract, wireframe game environments and the Trance Vibrator accessory. This page delves deeper into the game Rez, focusing on its unique blend of shooting action and sensory experience. It explains the core lock-on shooting gameplay, where you target viruses and unleash attacks, leveling up your avatar and using an overdrive ability. The heart of the game's design is highlighted, the dynamic relationship between player actions and the resulting sound and vibration. Every button press, lock-on, and enemy destruction triggers specific audio and haptic feedback, creating a call and response that synchronizes with the rhythm of the level. This isn't just a rhythm game, it's a solid shooter with strategic depth, powerful bosses, and addictive score attack modes that reward skillful play. The visual style and narrative are also touched upon, describing the cyberspace setting and the story of progressing through layers to reach Eden. Tetsuya Mizuguchi provides further insight, seeing Rez as a significant achievement, a culmination of his focus on tactile and sensory experiences since joining Sega. He emphasizes the unique feeling of the vibration and how the game blends the thrill of classic arcade shooters with an artistic, musical presentation. There's also a note about a limited edition Res Complete set available through Tsutaya, which includes the PlayStation 2 software, along with accessories like the trance vibrator, headphones, and apparel. The cult classic Mega CD title Switch, a gag venture-adventure game, is being revived on the PlayStation 2. This game, beloved by Sega fans, tasks players with restoring order in a bizarre world by pressing switches. The catch? The wrong switch can trigger hilarious and destructive events. Screenshots showcase the game's quirky style, featuring strange characters and iconic imagery. An interview with Yukifumi Makino from Wavemaster reveals his passion for porting Switch. He believes its unique, comedic style might be better appreciated today, despite being initially dismissed. The PS2 version will include recorded voice acting. Ultimately, Switch promises a lighthearted, gag-filled experience, where the fun lies in uncovering all the jokes and unpredictable outcomes. This page continues the deep dive into the PS2 port of the cult Mega CD game Switch, focusing on its quirky characters and comedic gameplay. It introduces the main protagonist as Slapkun. Perhaps the international name is different, but he's clearly the player character. And his partner, Stickkun, a cheerful dog, together forming Slapstick. The page features example gag sequences from the game, illustrated in a unique, hand-drawn style. One shows the duo in a coin laundry, where pressing a switch causes washing machines to open and spew something unpleasant. Another depicts them using a time machine, which seems to rapidly age them. A third sequence involves a lawnmower, leading to unexpected and messy results. These illustrations highlight the game's unpredictable, gag-based puzzle elements, where pressing a switch rarely leads to a normal outcome. There's also a section detailing the notable staff involved, including the comedic group Pokasukajan, who contribute to the game's music and overall comedic tone. This reinforces the game's roots in Japanese comedy, linking back to the creator's work on classic variety shows mentioned on the previous page. The overall message is that Switch is a true gag parade, crafted by comedy professionals, bringing its unique, chaotic humor to the PlayStation 2. This page announces the return of the beloved Victory Goal Soccer series to the Dreamcast, with the new title, J.League Spectacle Soccer. The big news highlighted is the ability for players to link data from the popular Sakatsuku, let's make a soccer team, simulation games. Specifically, Sakatsuku Tokudai Gao, already released, and the upcoming Sakatsuku Tokudai Gao 2. This data link allows players to take the teams and nurtured players they developed in the Sakatsuku simulation titles and use them in the action-focused gameplay of Spectacle Soccer. The page features screenshots showing the game's action view and a utility menu for data conversion. The text emphasizes the excitement of being able to directly control and play with your personalized team built over countless hours in the management simulation. It offers fans a completely new way to experience their Sakatsuku creations, transitioning from strategy and development to direct, hands-on action on the pitch. The game supports 1 to 4 players for action soccer gameplay. Spectacle Soccer offers diverse gameplay beyond the typical Sakatsuku experience, featuring 6 unique modes. Players can enjoy quick matches in exhibition mode, compete in World Championship mode, or tackle league play in domestic mode. Competition mode provides cup tournaments, including custom options, while training mode allows skill honing. Utility mode offers deep customization, letting players create original players and edit team uniforms. The game boasts over 2,000 real-life players with accurate names and stats, exemplified by the Italian national team. Tactical depth is a key element, offering detailed control over formations, strategies, and player roles. Set pieces also receive special attention, providing strategic options for scoring. Spectacle Soccer aims to provide a comprehensive football experience, with options for both casual and dedicated players. This page is a special report on the upcoming Le Mans 24 Hours game, making its way to PlayStation 2. Originally a hot topic on the Dreamcast, this new version aims to completely recreate the grueling 24-hour endurance race experience on the PS2. The page highlights the game's realistic graphics, noting the impressive lighting that changes with the position and height of the sun, simulating the full day-night cycle. The game features over 60 race cars, encompassing both classic and modern machines that have left their mark on Le Mans history. It also boasts a comprehensive collection of 12 real-world circuits, starting with the iconic Circuit de la Sarthe itself, promising a high level of track detail. The gameplay focuses on endurance racing, featuring the full 24-hour race mode alongside other modes like Championship and Versus. The page also points out that the game is fully compatible with the GT Force feedback steering controller, allowing players to really feel the car's status and tire grip, which is essential for an immersive racing experience. Screenshots show various prototypes and GT cars racing during different times of day, showcasing the dynamic lighting. The game is slated for release in spring 2002 from Sega. This page is an advertisement or feature highlighting the Virtua Fighter 4 Perfect Guide, specifically tailored for the Ver.B update of the arcade game. It features the iconic protagonist Akira Yuki prominently. The guide promises to be fully compatible with Ver.B, offering easy-to-understand explanations of the game's systems, including new features and integrations with VF.net. For players serious about improving, it includes photos for every move, detailing commands, attack properties, and power at a glance. The guide also delves into tactical fundamentals, from knowing when to use key techniques to building attack sequences and executing combos. A particularly useful feature mentioned is a list of counter moves, designed to help players react effectively against opponent attacks in competitive play. This comprehensive resource, spanning 320 full-color pages, is presented as an essential tool for mastering the latest version of Virtua Fighter 4. It's available for 1,600 yen. This page features a major announcement from FOG, Full On Games, a developer highly trusted by users and known for adventure games like Kuon no Kizuna. They are unveiling a brand new title for the Dreamcast, titled Missing Parts: The Tante Stories. Set for release on January 17, 2002, at a price of 5,800 yen, this game is a detective adventure, which is the focus of FOG's latest challenge. The page prominently displays the game's character art, featuring a diverse cast, along with smaller panels showing intriguing scenes typical of a mystery story, including what appears to be a crime scene, a bar, and other relevant locations. There's also a spotlight on F.O.G. producer, Mr. Munekio, implying an interview or feature discussing the studio's direction and aspirations for this new detective series, and the genre as a whole. This is clearly an exciting prospect for fans of story-driven games on the Dreamcast. This page delves deeper into F.O.G's new Dreamcast title, Missing Parts: The Tante Stories. Following its announcement, it reveals the game is structured as a full-scale, authentic mystery adventure spanning 6 episodes, presented in a novel-style format. The first release contains episodes 1 and 2. The core gameplay involves classic detective work, gathering information from characters and investigating cases by reading through text and examining scenes, highlighting a return to traditional mystery game mechanics, as noted by the large text at the bottom proclaiming a return to standard mystery games. The page also provides a retrospective on F.O.G's history, showcasing their pedigree in story-driven games. It looks back at notable titles like Kuon no Kizuna, featured here in both its original PS version and the updated Dreamcast release, Kuon no Kizuna, Seilinsho. It also highlights other games, like the dating simulation, Michinoku Hitokoi Monogatari, and the travel adventure Furaiki, demonstrating the studio's diverse range before focusing on their return to the mystery genre with Missing Parts. Screenshots of these past games and characters from Missing Parts are also shown, giving a visual tour of FOG's evolution. We're teased that the next page will feature an interview with producer Mr. Munekio, promising more insight into the concept behind this new venture. This page continues the focus on FOG's new Dreamcast title, Missing Parts: The Tante Stories. The main headline highlights the game's premise: a rookie detective tackling numerous difficult cases. The text expands on the appeal of detective games, noting the depth of deduction and emotional engagement that makes them captivating. It introduces the protagonist, Megami Kosuke, a somewhat clumsy rookie detective who joins the Narumi Detective Agency after his parents' death investigation leads him there. The gameplay centers on investigation, relying on physical evidence, solid information, and the player's own deductive skills to navigate the labyrinth of cases. A dedicated section introduces the key characters, including Megami Kosuke himself, veteran detective Kamishiro Ryoko, and director Kisaragi Shunsuke, emphasizing their distinct personalities and roles in the story, which unfolds dramatically with complex human relationships. Below there's a brief look at the Narumi Detective Agency office, the setting where Megami works. Finally, the page features an emergency interview titled Outlook for the New Series and Thoughts on Development, featuring producer Noriyuki Munekio. This interview promises insights into the creation of this classical detective adventure game, aiming for a format enjoyable for players familiar with earlier console generations. Structured as a series of 6 episodes, the page includes character illustrations and a screenshot of the detective agency office. The next page shifts focus to the key supporting characters and missing parts. The Tantei stories, featuring 2 women who back up the protagonist. First is Narumi Kyoka, the owner of the detective agency, surprisingly described as having 0 deductive skills. Despite her lack of expertise, she joins the protagonist on investigations, primarily acting in a support capacity. The other prominent character is Tsukishima Narumi, a mysterious and impressive antique shop owner with a sharp memory. She's portrayed as having a dual nature, sometimes demanding like a little devil, but also possessing a gentle side. She's 27, prefers staying indoors during the day, and finds solace drinking quietly at her favorite bar, with her cat Helsing being her only family. Despite constantly bickering with Kyoka, their relationship is hinted at being close. The page also includes insights from producer Noriyuki Munekio, continuing the discussion on the game's development. He explains the decision to release on Dreamcast was intentional, given their experience and user expectations, despite external perceptions about the console. The goal was to create a classic, accessible 2D adventure game that's easy to pick up without a manual, offering around 10 hours of gameplay per story, while keeping the core mechanics simple: movement, listening, choices, using a magnifying glass. They included puzzles to prevent it from being too easy. The game primarily leads to one ending, but features elements designed to encourage multiple playthroughs. The Ordeal That Doesn't Ring, the first episode of Missing Parts, the Tantei stories, explores a wealthy family's tragedy and a hidden inheritance secret. The episode introduces Kano Koichi, a 26-year-old man devoted to his family, especially his younger sister Jun, a talented but unhappy 16-year-old, born blind, who treasures her mother's music box. The game utilizes classic adventure game mechanics, primarily focused on movement and interviewing, to gather clues and uncover the truth. The developers prioritize natural presentation and realism over dramatic flair, even in the dialogue. They highlight the characters' ages and backstories as essential for achieving this grounded approach. This page dives into Episode 2 of Missing Parts, the Tantei stories, titled The Red Cameo. It details a new case involving the mysterious apparent suicide of an idol who appeared on a popular television show. The episode introduces several key characters crucial to the investigation. We meet Yui Kasugano, described as a bright, honest, and hardworking young woman, and Asuka Matsuyama, portrayed as a pure and innocent lady. Both are idol candidates under the same agency. The page also features Junji Tachibana, an executive at their idol agency, who initially seems uncooperative but eventually assists the investigation. The core gameplay mechanic highlighted is how the story changes based on player choices. The game presents dialogue options and actions that directly influence the narrative direction, potentially leading to different outcomes or paths to uncovering the truth. The developer provides insight into the series' vision, noting that the characters' diverse ages, ranging from young people to veteran detectives, contribute to a more grounded and realistic feel compared to previous works. They confirm the series is planned for 6 episodes, with the first 2 already released. The developer expresses a strong desire for players to experience the entire story and reiterates their commitment to supporting the Dreamcast platform. The goal is to create an enjoyable experience that meets fan expectations, and they are working hard towards completing the series. This page brings us a massive scoop: an emergency announcement about the newest game in the legendary GT series, Gran Turismo. This latest entry, titled Gran Turismo Concept 2001 Tokyo, is being unveiled for the first time starting tomorrow, October 27th, at the 35th Tokyo Motor Show. The world of motorsport fans have provided immense support to the series, and this is the next big step. The page features stunning screenshots showcasing incredibly detailed cars, including a blue Subaru Impreza, a white Nissan Z, and other exciting vehicles, looking sharp and ready for the track. There's a message from the series producer, Kazunori Yamauchi, explaining that the concept version is designed to let players experience the exciting concept cars and cutting-edge technology being shown at the motor show. It's about realizing the dream of driving these unique vehicles. Basic game details are provided, confirming it's a racing and driving simulator for PlayStation 2. While the release date and price are currently undecided, it supports 12 players normally, and up to 6 players using the i.link cable feature. This is clearly a huge moment for simulation racing fans, even if it's on a different console, showcasing the incredible visual fidelity and focus on new cars that the series is known for. This page continues the deep dive into Gran Turismo Concept 2001 Tokyo, emphasizing the core theme, bringing the latest domestic models and concept cars from the Tokyo Motor Show directly to players. The goal is to let you virtually experience these cutting-edge vehicles showcased at the event. Several exciting machines are featured with screenshots and descriptions. We see the innovative Honda dual-note hybrid concept, the fully revamped Nissan Skyline 300 GT Sports Sedan, and prototypes like the lightweight Honda NSX-R, and the new production version of the Nissan Z, the 350Z, which transitions from its concept appearance in GT3. Also highlighted are the practical Toyota Altezza Gita S300, the fan-requested Honda Civic Type R, and the sportier new Honda Integra Type R. The page also shows the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution V2 rally car prototype, fresh from its WRC debut. There's a cool topic section introducing the Logitech Sparco Racing Cockpit, an awesome accessory combining a racing seat and GT4 steering wheel setup for maximum immersion. This seems like a must-have for serious simulation fans. Finally, the page lists some of the cars available for hands-on test drives at the SCE booth at the Tokyo Motor Show, confirming that players can actually experience over a dozen of these featured cars firsthand starting tomorrow when the show opens to the public. It truly connects the game reveal to the real-world motor show event. This page shifts gears to a special report on Capcom's highly anticipated PlayStation 2 title, Onimusha 2: Samurai's Destiny. It covers the game's presence at the Tokyo Game Show 2001 autumn, where it was available for hands-on play, generating considerable excitement. The report highlights an event where producer Inafune himself demonstrated the game, emphasizing the satisfying swordplay. The opening movie was also revealed at the show, showcasing realistic motion capture, even for horses and riders, which impressed the attendees. The article delves into the game's core combat system, focusing on stance and guard. Stance is described as a ready position, allowing immediate attacks, with the specific pose varying depending on the equipped weapon. It also enables movement while locked onto an enemy. Guarding is crucial for deflecting enemy attacks. Beyond these basics, new attack methods are introduced. The report notes that screenshots show special attacks, where Yagyu Jubei holds a stance before unleashing a powerful blast of light, contrasting it with normal attacks. Producer Inafune comments that the action elements have been significantly enhanced for this sequel. A key addition is the ability to have up to 4 other characters who can become companions and cooperate with Jubei, adding a layer of enjoyment to the game. Basic game information confirms Onimusha 2 is an action game set in the Sengoku period for PlayStation 2. Published by Capcom. The release date and price are listed as undecided. This page continues the deep dive into Capcom's Onimusha 2: Samurai's Destiny, shifting focus to the cooperative elements and a new combat ability. The report highlights the companions who will aid the protagonist, Jubei. Alongside the previously introduced Oyu and Magoichi, a third character, the spear-wielding monk Ankokuji Eke, is revealed, bringing the potential roster of allies to 4. The article poses questions about how these companions are met, and why they choose to fight alongside Jubei, suggesting these relationships may evolve dynamically throughout the game, perhaps even leading to betrayal depending on the player's actions. Screenshots illustrate encounters with Oyu and Magoichi, showing them fighting alongside Jubei against various demons. Oyu is depicted wielding a shield and a Western-style sword, while Magoichi, a master of firearms, provides support from a distance. A sequence is also shown, detailing the initial meeting between Jubei, Magoichi, and Ike in a tavern, where a quarrel leads to the trio coming together. Furthermore, a new combat system called Battle System 2, controlling the Genma, introduces the Demon Technique. This ability, distinct from normal attacks in appearance and power, appears similar to the magical techniques from the previous game. Screenshots demonstrate the effect. A powerful blast of white light emanating from Jubei's weapon, freezing or potentially shattering enemies. The article speculates that the specific effect and power of this technique might vary depending on the weapon Jubei currently has equipped. This new power seems to offer significant offensive capability against multiple foes. The next page reveals a special report on Capcom's upcoming PlayStation 2 title, Auto Modelista. The focus is on a new racing game concept themed around race and communication, and promising a sensation that combines Real plus Alpha. The most striking feature is the game's unique graphics. The page highlights them under the title 2D but 3D? The power of the illustrated world. While visually resembling a vibrant illustration or anime, the game world is built using 3D polygons for the objects and environments. This results in a distinctive cel-shaded look, brought to life with dynamic movement and effects inspired by manga and anime, such as speed lines and dramatic visual flair during battle scenes. Screenshots showcase this artistic style across various racing scenarios, from urban street races to mountain drives, featuring detailed cel-shaded cars drifting and speeding. The report notes this is the first detailed look at the game, listing Capcom as the publisher and confirming its genre as racing. The magazine expresses anticipation to see this unique graphic style in motion. The next page dives into the exciting features of Automodelista, focusing on car customization and online capabilities. First, it details the extensive customization options available. Players aren't just limited to pursuing speed. They can personalize their vehicles with aero parts for dressing up, original color schemes, and stickers. The game promises that all cars and tuning parts included will appear under their real names. Examples are shown, like the RX-7 FD3s, with various livery patterns, ranging from simple colors to more elaborate racing designs, emphasizing how dramatically the car's look can change. Another example showcases the Impreza WRX GC8, illustrating different color variations from the familiar blue to rally-style liveries, and even a unique Dorimaga spec version featuring magazine logos. The page then introduces the network features, highlighting communication as a major characteristic of the game. It explains that interactions will happen online, supporting multi-person battles, allowing players to show off their custom cars, organize meetings, and open up a wider world of community. Screenshots display the network chat screen, where players with similar interests can gather, suggesting that friendly competition, and even the rise of legends, can happen through these online interactions. This focus on community and personalization, beyond just racing, adds a compelling layer to the game. This page focuses on the upcoming PlayStation 2 title, Grandia Stream. The main visual features key characters from the game, giving us a look at the party that will embark on this new adventure. The content highlights that Grandia Stream is more specialized in adventure and combat compared to previous Grandia entries, but assures that the robust world building the series is known for is still present. It delves into the characters joining the protagonist Evan, stating there will be a total of 7 companions. Some were introduced previously, like Carmine, Brandel, Tit, and Mayam, while new faces such as Nordis, Arcada, and members of the Hazuma tribe will also join. The concept of companions is presented as a core theme, emphasizing cooperation among different races. A character profile is provided for Uruk, described as a member of the Hazuma people. He's noted for usually being quiet and reserved, but can become incredibly violent when angered. The profile also includes comments from his voice actor. Screenshots showcase in-game visuals, including character models in battle. The text accompanying a shot of Mayam mentions the importance of individual character traits during combat, even in a game heavily focused on battle mechanics. The game is listed as an RPG published by Enix, with a planned release date of January 31, 2002. This page delves deeper into the world of Grandia Stream, setting the stage for the game's adventure. It highlights the central crisis. 50 years of elemental rampage have caused widespread natural disasters, leading to border conflicts between the struggling races. Amidst this turmoil, the rising Nordis army has initiated a truce, proposing a solution to the rampages, and secretly forming a special unit to stop them. The page explains, the Nordis army's significant military power stems from utilizing technology from a highly advanced ancient civilization, referred to as ancient gear. These ancient artifacts are a key element of the world, driving the plot and military advancements. Evan, the protagonist, is revealed to be an apprentice geomancer, a profession capable of manipulating spirit energy flows to create geopoints for teleportation. This ability seems crucial for navigating the world. The page also introduces some of the companions who will join Evan on his quest, totaling 7 in all. Detailed profiles are provided for 2 of these companions: Jade, a proud Erukata knight distrustful of the Nordis army, and Rutina, a captain in the special unit who excels in combat and hidden weapons. The page also hints at mysterious ancient murals depicting the elemental rampage and the existence of ruins at the heart of the phenomenon, suggesting a link between the ancient past and the current crisis. This page features Chenwen Sangokushi, a historical simulation game for the PlayStation 2. What makes this title stand out is its unique take on the romance of the Three Kingdoms period, brought to life through the distinctive illustrations and vision of acclaimed Taiwanese artist Chen Wen. The game covers the entire era, from the chaotic age of warlords right through to the final years of the Three Kingdoms. Players can experience key moments through 5 historically based scenarios, including famous events like the Battle of Guandu, the Battle of Red Cliffs, and the Hanzhong campaign. A major draw highlighted here is the incredible artwork by Chen Wen, known for his detailed and dramatic depictions. His illustrations of legendary generals like Zhang Fei and Guan Yu are truly a sight to behold. The game boasts over 200 of his pieces, which you can view in a dedicated illustration gallery. If you're a fan of the Three Kingdoms period and appreciate striking art, these character designs alone make the game worth checking out. It's an interesting approach to the genre, offering a fresh visual perspective compared to other historical simulations. This page continues the look at Chen Wen's Sengokushi, detailing its core gameplay mechanics and featuring an interview with Game Arts director Yuichi Miyagi. The game progresses through 4 distinct phases each turn: Update, Command, Strategy, and Operation. The Update phase deals with random events across the map. The Command phase is where you manage your cities and personnel using command points. Strategy involves planning military attacks on enemy cities, while the Operation phase executes these plans, leading to battles. The interview with Yuichi Miyagi highlights the collaboration with artist Chen Wen, noting his unique style and popularity, especially in Taiwan, was a key reason for the project. Miyagi emphasizes the game's focus on playability, aiming for speedy, enjoyable turns and battles rather than overly long or slow-paced gameplay. Character individuality and ability are crucial. Beyond the main phases, the page showcases other elements that add depth to the gameplay. Duels between officers are resolved through a card battle system, adding a strategic layer to one-on-one combat. Officers can also propose tactics during battles, which can significantly impact the outcome depending on the enemy commander's intellect. Finally, the inclusion of beautiful women characters from the era, such as Diao Chan, is mentioned. Obtaining these figures can provide beneficial effects, like boosting officer abilities or loyalty. A purchase bonus of a B2 poster is also noted. This page features a preview of Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy for the PlayStation 2. Prominently displayed is the game's title, alongside character art of Jak and Daxter. The article describes the game as a comfortable action-adventure title with intuitive controls, inviting players to fully explore its unique world. It introduces the key characters you'll encounter on your adventure. Jak and Daxter are the primary duo. Samos the Green Sage, a wise figure, guides their journey. Kira, a skilled mechanic, and Jak's childhood friend, also provides assistance. The game features a variety of colorful characters who help the protagonists. The enemies are known as lurkers, monstrous beings that suddenly appeared in this peaceful world. They inhabit different areas and attack the duo, seemingly connected to Dark Eco. Key items in the world include power cells, relics from an ancient precursor civilization needed to progress, and precursor orbs, valuable collectibles that serve as currency. A developer comment highlights the positive reception during playtesting, noting that even young children were easily able to pick up and enjoy the game's intuitive action. This widespread appeal was seen as a source of pride. The article encourages readers to experience this instinctual action for themselves. This page continues the preview of Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy, delving into the core mechanics and the expansive world. The article highlights Eco, an energy substance originating from an ancient precursor civilization. There are 4 main types: green, blue, red, and yellow Eco, each granting Jak different abilities when absorbed. Green Eco restores health, blue Eco increases movement speed and activates precursor technology, red Eco boosts attack power, and yellow Eco allows Jak to shoot energy projectiles. In contrast to these beneficial types is the dangerous Dark Eco. Described as the opposite of positive energy, it's a black substance typically contained in special boxes found throughout the world, often guarded by traps. The world itself is presented as a vast and mysterious place, blending high-tech and low-tech elements in a unique way. Jak and Daxter journey across this diverse landscape, aided by allies and villagers. A world map is shown, pointing out various locations like Sandover Village, Sentinel Beach, the Fire Canyon, Misty Island, and the Forbidden Jungle. Screenshots showcase these distinct environments. A TGS report section reiterates the positive reception from playtesting, noting that the game's intuitive action was easily enjoyed by players, including young children, promising a challenging and satisfying experience. This page unveils a new game preview for PlayStation 2 titled Or Samurai. Set during the turbulent Meiji Restoration period, this action-adventure game puts you in the shoes of a nameless samurai, exploring his life and death through intense sword drama. It's a joint project between Acquire, known for the Tenchu series, and Spike, known for titles like Deko Tora Densetsu. The game focuses on a unique multi-scenario system, where your actions directly impact the story's progression, making it more than just a simple action game. It aims to deliver a deep experience condensed into roughly the playtime of a single movie, complete with complex relationships and the inherent tragedy of the era. Producer Yoshinori Terazawa from Spike highlights that while action is key, the game is designed for accessibility. Players who excel at action can pull off intricate techniques, but even newcomers can jump in. The freedom to influence events, choose your path, or even defy expectations by attacking NPCs is central to the game's appeal. It's scheduled for a spring 2002 release and is currently 40% complete. This page dives deeper into the world of samurai, set in the 10th year of the Meiji era, 1877, a time of transition where the samurai class was fading. The story centers around the final struggles of these warriors in a world rapidly adopting Western ways. The primary setting is Rokotsu Pass, a post town where the remnants of the samurai collide with the changing times. The page introduces some key characters: the mysterious protagonist, a nameless samurai; Suzu, a young woman connected to the story; Takakichi, a potentially villainous figure; and the Kurosu family retainers, various individuals shaping the local conflict. Screenshots show the game's environments, including the post-town and combat scenes, highlighting the game's action focus. Gameplay is described as combining dramatic sword action with significant player choice. Your decisions and actions heavily influence the branching narrative, offering high replayability despite a relatively short playtime per run. The developers mention aiming for a mix of realistic combat feel while incorporating dramatic, almost theatrical, fight choreography, reflecting the era. They also emphasize the freedom players have to approach situations and forge their own path, even potentially betraying allies. The game also features the unexpected appearance of a foreign samurai, adding an intriguing element to the historical setting. Toon rendering, a cutting-edge CG technique, is transforming 3D graphics into the style of hand-drawn animation, particularly anime. This growing trend applies a specialized process to 3D models, resulting in flat visuals often featuring black outlines and stylized shading. This approach creates a hybrid experience, combining the aesthetic of 2D anime with the freedom of 3D movement. The technique's appeal lies in its visual impact, producing striking, unique character designs. Unlike traditional smooth shading, toon rendering, also known as toon shading or cell shading, employs sharp shading for a manga-like look. This allows for dynamic, real-time character movement, setting it apart from static 2D animation and offering new creative possibilities for developers. This page delves into the cutting-edge CG technique of toon rendering as applied to Jet Set Radio Future for the Xbox, positioning the game as a pioneer in the field. It highlights the game's unique aesthetic, a mysterious fusion of realism and stylized animation. The developers discuss the meticulous process of character modeling to create an anime-like appearance that still allows for dynamic real-time movement, and the careful design of background textures to make realistic streets look as if they've been toon-shaded. The article praises the technical skill required to achieve this, bringing expressive toon-neon characters to life. An interview with designers Ryuta Ueda and Yuichi Noguchi explores their creative approach to toon rendering, building on their experience with the original Jet Set Radio. The game is described as a street action adventure set for release in February 2002. This page features Tokimeki Memorial 3 for the PlayStation 2, focusing on its use of Tokion rendering technology. Following up on the discussion of this technique from the previous page, the article positions the game as a true evolution for the series, moving from 2D to 3D with an anime-like aesthetic. It highlights how the real-time toon rendering makes the 3D characters look remarkably like their 2D original designs, moving smoothly and expressively. The main character, Yukiko Makihara, is described as inheriting traits from popular characters in the series past. Screenshots show various scenes, including character interactions and environments rendered with this distinct style. The game is noted for its December 20, 2001 release date and is described as an SLG simulation game, likely a dating simulation. A separate section compares this modern toon rendering to the 3D graphics of the 32-bit era, Saturn and PS1, showing screenshots from games like Virtua Fighter 2, Dead or Alive, Tsukyugu Rentai, Air Guys, featuring Kenji Tsuji, and Air's Adventure. It suggests that the 3D characters from that time often looked awkward or detached from their original designs, and that toon rendering could have prevented this issue. The article implies that the technology in Tokimeki Memorial 3 successfully bridges the gap between 2D artwork and 3D models. This article explores the use of Tokion rendering in video games, focusing on its application in Tokimeki Memorial 3 for PlayStation 2. An interview with the producer reveals the technique's implementation aimed to translate the series' 2D aesthetic into 3D, achieving the desired visual style and animation quality. The article then speculates on the potential of toon rendering for other titles, suggesting its suitability for games like Psychic Force 2012, Nights into Dreams, and Rent-A-Hero No. 1. The technology could help 3D models align better with their 2D inspirations, and potentially enhance the visual experience of these games, emphasizing Toon rendering's versatility beyond just one specific title. This page delves into the state of toon rendering in modern games, featuring insights from developers and highlighting current titles. Nobutaka Arai from Hitmaker expresses interest in using toon techniques to create distinct experiences, citing Jet Set Radio Future's success in integrating it as a design element. Hiroshi Kataoka from Sega Mium too muses on the potential of applying to Etsion rendering to a fighting game like Fighters Megamix or Virtual Fighter Kids, suggesting it could be a fitting approach. The page also picks up on specific games utilizing the style. Popolo Craw, the beginning adventure on PlayStation 2, is featured for its warm, picturebook-like atmosphere achieved through toon rendering, based on the original artist's style. Fear Effect 2, Urban Chaos on PlayStation, is highlighted for its attempt at toon rendering despite the console's limitations, combining toon characters with realistic CG backgrounds in a cinematic, horror-tinged adventure. Both games receive a toonness rating, with Popolo Craw earning 3 stars and Fear Effect 2. Finally, the article briefly touches upon toon rendering's use outside of games, mentioning examples like the Zoids anime series, which combines 3D CG with anime, and the music video for the Alfie's single Juliet, showcasing the technique's versatility beyond the gaming world. This article examines the growing use of toon rendering in video games, highlighting its artistic and technical potential. Several games are showcased, demonstrating different approaches to this style. Examples include Wild Arms, Advanced Third, and the Space Battleship Yamato remake on PlayStation 2, which used toon rendering for character design, aiming for an anime-like aesthetic. The article also mentions The Legend of Zelda for GameCube and its choice of 2 Bond visuals. Early adopters like Wild Riders and Sonic Shuffle on Dreamcast, along with TVDJ on PS2, are noted. Rakugaki Kingdom stands out as a unique RPG, allowing players to draw and then play with toon-rendered characters. Developers like Masayoshi Minami from Namco view to Crayon rendering as an evolving artistic style, seeking to replicate 2D illustrations in 3D space. The article concludes that while not a perfect match to 2D art's exaggerations, toon rendering offers distinct creative possibilities, suggesting potential for future games like Sonic, The Fighters, and Machi. The report focuses on the GunCon 2 light gun for the PlayStation 2, heralding a surge in gun-shooting games. Key titles like Vampire Knight, Time Crisis 2, and Resident Evil Survivor 2, Code Veronica, are highlighted as compatible. The GunCon 2, connecting via USB, offers improved progressive scan TV compatibility, more buttons, and a lighter design compared to the original GunCon. However, games are not cross-compatible. The article provides button layout details, including a convenient reload button, and connection instructions. It warns about potential compatibility issues with various TV types, especially newer models like High Vision, LCD, Plasma, and some progressive scan displays. An interview with the development team discusses the challenges of adapting to high-performance TVs and the design considerations for features, aesthetics, and pricing, aiming for a compelling accessory. This page features Vampire Knight for the PlayStation 2, a joint project between Sega, WoW Entertainment, and Namco. This light gun shooter fully compatible with the GunCon 2 covered on the previous page, brings the arcade hit home. The game follows two vampire hunters, Michelle, 1P, and Albert, 2P, as they seek out vampires and rescue a young girl named Calorie Eyes. The core gameplay inherits elements from series like House of the Dead, but adds replay value through branching paths based on in-game actions, like saving Calorie Eyes in a specific stage. A significant addition for the PS2 version is the exclusive Special Mode. This mode incorporates RPG-like elements, allowing players to accept quests from villagers, earn money, silver, and buy weapons and recovery items. While the core shooting remains similar to the arcade mode, these added features provide a deeper, more engaging experience. The ultimate goal is confronting the final boss, the powerful vampire, August. This page delves into the intricacies of Time Crisis 2, building upon the discussion of light gun peripherals. It offers essential tips for achieving high scores and mastering the game, perfect for players looking to go beyond just clearing stages. The guide breaks down fundamental strategies, starting with the crucial point that only red bullets from enemies will damage you, a vital distinction in the heat of battle. It emphasizes the importance of quickly reloading by hiding after being shot. The page then covers chaining hits on enemies to build combos for increased points, highlighting the significant bonus awarded for landing 10 consecutive hits. Another key tip is to watch out for and quickly eliminate the fleeting bonus soldiers that appear briefly for substantial points. The guide also notes that enemy appearance patterns can differ even in seemingly identical locations, adding a layer of unpredictability and strategic depth. Finally, it reveals that specific orange-clad enemies act as triggers for branching paths within stages, influencing your route through the game depending on which one you take down first. These insights provide a solid foundation for aspiring Time Crisis masters. This resource provides strategic guidance for Time Crisis 2's Crisis Mission Mode, drawing on insights from developer Masanao Kuroda. The guide offers stage-specific tips for maximizing scores and simplifying difficult sections. Key strategies involve prioritizing targets, red enemies, memorizing enemy placements, and using muzzle flashes for navigation. The guide details techniques for chaining hits, handling sudden difficulty increases, and identifying hidden bonus soldiers. Specific stages like Day 2X and Day 5 Mission 1 receive focused attention. In an interview, Kuroda explains Crisis Mission's purpose, expanding the game beyond the arcade version with new maps, aiming for content comparable to a main story mode. He discusses design considerations like unshootable targets and gameplay balancing. Kuroda highlights the mode's unique scenarios and expresses satisfaction, while hinting at future refinements. The guide is visually supported by screenshots. This page provides a special look at Resident Evil Survivor 2 code Veronica for the PlayStation 2, noting it's the second game compatible with the GunCon 2 peripheral. The article highlights its departure from traditional rail shooters with a unique system allowing the player character free movement while attacking, set within the world of Resident Evil. It details the distinct control system, explaining how directional buttons handle movement with a fixed viewpoint, while the A and B buttons control turning. The guide emphasizes the tactical advantage of combining movement and turning to circle enemies. The game features two primary modes: Arcade Mode, a direct port of the arcade experience focused on timed missions and finding keys, and the PS2 exclusive Dungeon Mode. Dungeon Mode is described as more RPG-like, involving exploring larger maps across 3 dungeons with 6 missions, featuring more enemies and items, and allowing players to carry multiple weapons. Both modes offer different gameplay experiences despite a similar core. A character profile is included for Steve Burnside, detailing his backstory, personality, and relationship with his mutated father. Finally, a note clarifies that unlike the arcade version, the PS2 release is single-player only, with the unselected character acting as a partner. The page includes several screenshots showcasing the gameplay and characters. Gun Survivor 3 Dino Crisis, a PlayStation 2 survival horror gun shooting game, is on the horizon, developed by Capcom. This installment, compatible with GunCon 2, dramatically changes the formula, pitting players against dinosaurs in a crossover with the Dino Crisis series. The game boasts improved graphics, depicting realistic and terrifying dinosaurs, including a T-Rex, raptors, and Carnotaurus. While details on the story are limited, speculation points to a return to an island setting, and the potential for Regina's appearance. Controls are compared to the arcade feel of Gun Survivor 2, but are optimized for comfortable handheld play. The article also mentions Claire Redfield and her backstory. New systems will be included. Release details and pricing are still pending. A brief mention of Resident Evil Survivor 2 code. Veronica confirms its November 8th release, and Guncon 2 support. This page announces a special offer from Dorimaga Magazine. A 2002 special desktop calendar. This is the second recruitment phase in a 3-issue series, offered as a service to everyone who applies. The calendar features illustrations by popular creators, including artists like Mitsuru Ishii and Koichi Yamato, and artwork from a fantastic lineup of games. Each month showcases a different illustration. Featured games include Virtua Fighter 4, Soul Calibur 2, Sakura Wars, Cyber Troopers Virtualon, and Space Channel 5 Part 2. The page shows examples of the artwork, featuring characters from Virtua Fighter, Soul Calibur, Sakura Wars, and Space Channel 5. It's presented as a compact desktop calendar that fits anywhere. To get this calendar, you need to use a special application form included in the magazine and pay 400 yen at the post office. The deadline for application is November 16, 2001, based on the postmark date. It's highlighted that this service is only available within Japan. This page features the Reader Submission Corner, kicking off the second phase of the magazine's comprehensive transformation. Readers send in questions and comments about life, the magazine, and games. One reader asks why Dorimaga is 100 yen more expensive than another magazine called The Pure, receiving humorous responses about production costs and paper. There's also a submission joking about Dreamcast 2 just when everyone is relaxed, and a reader lamenting trouble placing their Sega Saturn after giving away their Dreamcast and 64. Illustrations accompany some submissions, including one featuring the magazine's porcupine mascot, Nezumi. The page also includes a section on Dorimaga recommended movies, focusing on SF blockbusters from America like Imposter, based on Philip K. Dick's work, and starring Gary Sinise, and Evolution, starring David Duchovny and Julianne Moore. A popular movie ranking chart shows Spirited Away at the top, followed by films like Lara Croft, Tomb Raider, Bridget Jones' Diary, and Rush Hour 2. The movie reviews describe Imposter as a suspenseful story about a clone proving his innocence, and Evolution as a film about rapidly evolving alien life found in a meteorite crash site. This page features the Dorimaga Artists Corner at the top, showcasing creative illustrations from readers across Japan. The fan art includes dynamic depictions of characters from games like Virtua Fighter 4 and Phantasy Star Online, as well as beloved series such as Sakura Wars and Princess Crown. Each piece offers a unique style and perspective, with comments from the editorial team highlighting details like character design, composition, and atmosphere. Artists from prefectures including Ibaraki, Hokkaido, Miyazaki, Yamaguchi, Tokushima, Chiba, and Kagoshima share their passion through these diverse works. Below the artwork is a column by Yoshida Go, titled, Progressing with Explosive Steps Part 2. True Friendship is Born After Fighting Hard. Yoshida Go delves into the world of competitive gaming and the concept of manly way or spirit. He argues that intense rivalries and even arguments forged through hard-fought battles in games, particularly fighting games like Tekken, are essential for building genuine camaraderie. He recounts personal anecdotes about conflicts arising from gaming etiquette and competition, contrasting this passionate engagement with more casual approaches. Yoshida Go emphasizes that pushing boundaries and embracing conflict in games, similar to fighting games and classic titles like Balloon Fight, where rivalries ran deep, ultimately strengthens bonds and embodies a vital spirit. The next page opens with the Dorimaga Readers Assemble Fan Art Corner, showcasing diverse illustrations from talented readers across Japan, with a strong thematic focus on Shenmue characters. Featured artworks include impressive depictions of Ren and members of the Heaven's Gang from Shenmue 2, as well as stylish interpretations of potential Shenmue-style heroines. Alongside the Shenmue pieces, there are illustrations inspired by other series, such as a fiery portrayal reminiscent of Street Fighter's Ryu, and a charming autumn-themed piece. Editorial comments accompany each artwork, praising the artist's skill and capture of character essence. Below the art section is a dive into Japanese plastic model culture, introduced as a proud mania hobby. This segment reviews 2 books that explore this world: an autobiography detailing the history and work of Tamiya, a globally renowned plastic model company, written by its president, and a research book delving into original Japanese plastic models, particularly focusing on classic robots and characters from Aoshima. Finally, the page presents a ranking of popular books, primarily strategy guides and fan books, based on sales data from early October 2001. The list covers guides for titles across multiple platforms, including Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, Dynasty Warriors 3, Virtua Fighter 4, Ace Combat 04, Shattered Skies, Final Fantasy X, and Devil May Cry, indicating which guides were sought after by gamers at the time. This page presents Shin Dorimaga, a collection of diverse reader-submitted content, primarily in a manga format. The sections cover various topics, often featuring fan drawings and short comic strips related to popular games. Prominent among these are multiple contributions centered around the world of Shenmue, including a comic panel featuring a character resembling Hammer from Shenmue 2, and dialogue referencing Shenfa. Other highlights include a drawing inspired by Cassandra from the Soul Calibur series, accompanied by commentary, a humorous segment introducing a reader character called Wolf Mask, and ongoing feedback regarding a character named Sakana. The page also briefly touches upon the work of QNEP Company, Limited, a company involved in Dreamcast game development. The content reflects the reader's passion for fighting games, RPGs, and character design, presented with a lighthearted and engaging tone. This page continues the magazine's reader submission section, the Liberation Zone Declaration, filled with fan art, messages, and commentary. The Intense Love Cafe features various readers sending shoutouts and artwork to each other, like one drawing for Fiki-sama that looks like characters from the Soul Calibur series. There's a humorous segment discussing a character's true identity as a mouse's altar, seemingly a running joke among readers. The Dorimaga suggestion box provides candid feedback from the editorial team, acknowledging the shift in the gaming landscape as they now support contributions related to PS2 and GameCube, noting that Dreamcast-only owners are becoming less common. They mention multi-platform titles like Soul Reaver 2. Finally, the page includes a detailed CD release information section, highlighting new music releases. This covers a variety of artists, such as Faye Wong with a theme song for Usokoi, Every Little Thing with a CM Tyne, Capsule with their signature nostalgic sound, Move promoting a remix album popular with fans of Dynasty Warriors and Initial D the Hylos, and AIM with the ending theme from Digimon Tamers. It's a solid mix of reader interaction and cultural content. This page is packed with reader interactions, starting with the manga corner dedicated to a Sega and DC special theme, celebrating the magazine's shift to covering multiple platforms. It features various reader drawings and humorous commentary from the editor, culminating in a Grand Champion contest where the winning entry makes a wry comment about reserving an Xbox, reflecting the changing console landscape. Further down, the reader circle continues with sections discussing various topics. There's a segment delving into language use and suffixes, surprisingly referencing the popular legal adventure series, Ace Attorney. Another prominent section tackles the emerging phenomenon of Mo, discussing its increasing prevalence and mentioning key titles of the time like Brother Princess and Heir, along with the evolving appreciation for character types beyond the traditional Bishoujo, like beautiful mother characters. The page is a vibrant snapshot of the magazine's community and the evolving Japanese gaming culture, particularly as the Dreamcast era was winding down and new trends were emerging. This page is heavily focused on reader interaction and feedback, continuing the theme from the previous page. The top section features Q and A corners, where magazine personalities discuss recent events like the Tokyo Game Show and the transition of the magazine to cover multiple platforms, touching upon the physical demands of covering events and reader queries about game purchasing methods. A significant portion of the page is dedicated to Dorikara, the Dreamcast karaoke service. A highlight is the news that a reader-requested medley from the beloved Sakura Taizen series made it into the top 10 Anison list for the service. The page also includes a lengthy list introducing new songs added to the Sega karaoke lineup for October and November, showcasing the service's continued support. Smaller reader-driven corners cover diverse topics, including discussions about online games available on Dreamcast, a section dedicated to helping readers identify games they vaguely remember, and even a fun corner for combining existing game titles in humorous ways. Overall, the page serves as a lively hub for the magazine's community, demonstrating the ongoing engagement with Dreamcast fans and highlighting its unique multimedia features like karaoke during this transitional period for the magazine. This page features lively reader interaction corners, including the aptly named Apology Corner, where magazine personalities respond to reader feedback and complaints. A humorous highlight is a reader calling out staff member Doreen Zhu for looking at adult magazines despite being told not to, showcasing the playful dynamic with the audience. The magazine rewards reader participation with a point system, where accumulated points can be exchanged for prizes ranging from book coupons to original goods, or even choosing a Dreamcast game title, encouraging contributions across various sections. Submission guidelines detail how readers can send in illustrations and text, either via postcard or email, specifying format and content requirements. A wide array of dedicated corners invite reader engagement, covering everything from questions for the staff, fan art, and personal opinions, to humorous observations, game discussions, and even creative writing like song lyrics or game catchphrases. Finally, the page includes the 27th installment of the serialized essay, In the Flow of Time, by actress, singer, and voice actress Sakurai Tomoe. Her profile is featured alongside a photo, outlining her diverse career as an idol and performer. The essay reflects on her life and work, offering a personal glimpse into her experiences. This page is the vibrant front cover, immediately grabbing your attention with a grid design showcasing elements of the Nintendo GameCube console in various colors like purple, orange, blue, and black, interspersed with iconic cube graphics. The bold title, GameCube Magazine, is prominently displayed, indicating a deep dive into Nintendo's latest console at the time. A notable call-out highlights a feature on the GameCube's design and coloring, exploring the console's friendly and neutral aesthetic on page 98. The cover also previews key content within the issue. There's a review for the highly anticipated new release, Pikmin, on page 104. The magazine covers information on Game Boy Advance software on page 108, and includes columns like And Game Trail on page 109. Crucially, the cover points to new GameCube release information on page 110, specifically mentioning the powerhouse fighting game, Super Smash Bros. Melee, among others. The issue is dated November 2001, placing it right around the launch period for the GameCube in Japan. A header also links this GameCube feature to the main publication, Dorimaga, suggesting this is a dedicated section for Nintendo fans within the magazine. This page delves into the design philosophy and coloring of the Nintendo GameCube console, exactly as teased on the previous cover. It features images of the console itself in its distinct violet, black, and orange variants. The main content is an interview discussing the console's aesthetic, focusing on the key concepts of friendly and neutral. The designer explains that the aim was to create a console that is appealing to a broad audience, avoiding the extreme designs of past consoles like the N64, which might have alienated some users. They discuss how the friendly aspect relates to the console's ease of use and approachability, while neutral signifies a design that doesn't lean too heavily towards any specific group, appealing to both children and adults worldwide. The interview also covers the timing of the design process and the early introduction of multiple body colors like black and orange alongside the standard violet, which was a strategic move to expand the console's appeal. The small note at the bottom confirms the release dates for the additional colors and mentions the multicolor approach extends to controllers as well, signifying a shift away from single-color options common in previous generations. This page continues the interview with Kenichiro Ishida, discussing the design choices behind the Nintendo GameCube. It delves into the shift from the organic curves of the Nintendo 64 towards the GameCube's distinct cube shape. Ishida explains that they reconsidered the position of a game console relative to the user and the television. Observing that users often look down on the console while playing, they aimed to make the unit appear small from above, contributing to the friendly impression they sought. A significant factor in the design was the adoption of the 8 cm optical media. The team wanted to positively appeal to this smaller media format, emphasizing the idea that the future is within the 8 cm disc. Designing around this, while also needing to house the drive and main board, presented a challenge. Traditional designs often place these components side by side, resulting in larger, flatter consoles. To achieve compactness, they focused on stacking the drive unit and the main board. This emphasis on minimizing the height, specifically aiming for even 1 mm reduction, led to the final compact, cube-like form factor, which also made the console appear smaller when viewed from above. The page includes a photo of Ishida and an image showing the internal layout, highlighting how the components were stacked. This page delves into the design philosophy of the Nintendo 64, exploring how it aimed to be a groundbreaking console with a cool aesthetic specifically tailored for the American market, featuring organic curves and a dark gray finish. The author posits that this focus on the US may have been influenced by the strong presence of the Sega Mega Drive/Genesis in that territory, even as the Super Famicom dominated Japan, highlighting the intense market competition of the era. complete with a photo of the black Mega Drive console. The article then discusses the N64's color evolution. Initially launched in dark gray, Nintendo began releasing multicolor variants around 1998, about 2 years later. This expansion was partly influenced by trends like the skeleton look, popularized by the iMac, eventually leading to 13 different body colors worldwide, including unique options like the Pikachu 64. Nintendo's designer, Kenichiro Ashita, felt the initial limited color palette was a constraint. Unlike the N64, where color variations were introduced later, the GameCube was designed from the very beginning with multicolor in mind, simplifying future expansions and integration. The images showcase the variety of N64 console colors released, emphasizing this shift in Nintendo's design strategy. This page dives deep into the design philosophy behind the Nintendo GameCube, presenting it as a console where form meets function in a uniquely compact shape. The article features insights from designer Kenichiro Ashita, discussing how every side of the cube was intended to house specific functions. He explains the black circular area on the top isn't just for looks, but is specifically designed to highlight the console's use of an 8 cm optical disc, making it visible to the user. A particularly notable design element discussed is the handle. Originally conceived alongside the cube shape, the handle wasn't just an afterthought. While not intended for portability between houses, it was designed to make minor movements easier in a gaming environment. It also became a key symbol of the GameCube's distinct identity. The page further breaks down the console's design into 6 sides and 5 functions, illustrating how the top surface serves as the control panel and identity marker. The sides are optimized for cooling efficiency with features like ears to prevent blocked vents. The front and back concentrate connection ports. The bottom houses expansion capabilities, and the handle enhances user interaction and serves as an iconic design feature. This approach clearly shows Nintendo's focus on creating a functional yet visually striking console that stood out from its competitors. The Nintendo GameCube's signature violet color was chosen to complement the Game Boy Advance, which was already available in violet, to symbolize the system's planned link functionality. Designer Kenichiro Ashita aimed for a fresh, neutral, and friendly color, creating a unique shade that stood out from competitors. The GameCube's 3D design also affected how the color appeared under different lighting. Recognizing the need for variety, Nintendo released the GameCube in multiple colors. Black and orange were offered in Japan, while the US received black. Color analyst Chieko Suzuki noted the violet GameCube's sophisticated impression and the orange model's appeal to younger audiences. The choice of colors aimed to broaden the console's appeal. This page delves into the design philosophy behind the Nintendo GameCube's colors and logo. The article highlights that black appeals to sophisticated users, particularly popular in America, serving as a secondary color to violet. Orange is positioned as a pop and flashy color, targeting younger audiences and female players. The images showcase the consoles themselves in violet, black, and orange, along with a prominent display of the purple GameCube logo. The text explains that, unlike the N64, which wasn't designed for multicolor variations from the outset, the GameCube was developed with multiple color options in mind from the start, even creating dozens of prototype colors beyond the initial release. Designer Kenichiro Ashita discusses the importance of considering color and component balance when planning multicolor products. The right column focuses on the logo design, revealing the console's development codename was Dolphin. The logo, chosen from over 400 designs, was intended to be simple and neutral, moving away from the 64 logo's somewhat child-oriented image. This neutrality aimed to appeal to a wider demographic, aligning with Nintendo's goal to provide games to a broad audience. Ashita hints that, despite its simplicity, the logo is designed with intricate calculations, allowing for entertaining animated presentations, as seen in commercials. This page features a review of the Nintendo GameCube title, Pikmin. The main headline translates roughly to, "Sorry for treating you roughly, Pikmin." The review introduces the game's premise. Captain Olimar crash lands on an unknown planet and encounters mysterious creatures called Pikmin. His goal is to gather his spaceship parts scattered across the planet with the help of the Pikmin to escape within 30 days. The game is described as an AI action title, where the core gameplay revolves around commanding the Pikmin, primarily through the grab-and-throw action. The text highlights the unique and somewhat delicate relationship between Olimar and the Pikmin. It notes the impact of the game's famous commercial song, which mentions the Pikmin growing and being eaten. The reviewer comments that experiencing the game confirms the truth of the song's lyrics, especially when encountering large, dangerous creatures that pose a threat to the Pikmin. Success in the game relies heavily on the cooperation of a large number of Pikmin. Screenshots show Captain Olimar alongside different colored Pikmin, red, yellow, and blue, navigating the alien environment and engaging with obstacles or enemies. The review also lists key game information, including that it is a Nintendo title released on October 26th for 6,800 yen, supports one player, and requires 19 memory card blocks for saves. This page continues our look into the unique world of Pikmin. We learn more about the protagonist, Captain Olimar, a space veteran who set out on a relaxing solo trip aboard his ship, the Dolphin. His vacation was cut short when the Dolphin was struck by a meteor, causing him to crash land on an unknown planet, where he soon encountered the mysterious Pikmin. The page details the surprising capabilities of these plant-like creatures. Pikmin are essential for navigating the alien world, capable of tasks like dismantling obstacles, transporting various objects back to Olimar's ship, constructing bridges across gaps, and engaging in combat against the planet's hostile fauna. Their effectiveness in these tasks often depends on having a sufficient number of Pikmin assigned to the job. Crucially, the page explains how the Pikmin population grows. When Olimar's crew carries resources like plant pellets or defeated enemy carcasses back to their onion-like ships, these materials are assimilated, and seeds are produced. These seeds sprout from the ground, allowing Olimar to pluck new Pikmin and increase his ranks. Furthermore, we delve into the roles defined by the Pikmin's colors. Red Pikmin are noted for their resistance to fire and their strength in battle. Yellow Pikmin can be thrown to higher elevations and are the only ones capable of carrying dangerous bomb rocks. Finally, blue Pikmin possess the unique ability to breathe and move freely in water. Mastering the game requires strategically utilizing the strengths of each Pikmin type for the various challenges ahead. This page explores the strategic gameplay of Pikmin, focusing on combat tactics and the alien ecosystem. Players must master both basic and advanced techniques to effectively control Captain Olimar and the Pikmin against formidable foes. Weak points and attacking from behind are crucial to minimizing damage. The game prompts players to consider their role in caring for the Pikmin. The ecosystem is presented as a harsh food chain. Larger enemies, which consume many Pikmin at once, necessitate careful planning and sufficient numbers. Defeated enemies become sustenance for Pikmin production, illustrating a cycle of life and death. A peculiar interaction is also highlighted. If Olimar falls asleep, the Pikmin carry him back to the onion. This raises questions about the Pikmin's motivations, hinting they view him as a resource, though his suit offers protection. Screenshots illustrate combat, carrying carcasses, and transporting a sleeping Olimar. This page features a collection of personal reflections and apologies from players towards the Pikmin. Titled, Apology to the Pikmin, it delves into the emotional impact of commanding these tiny creatures in the game. Players discuss the feeling of responsibility for the Pikmin's lives, lamenting instances where they led large numbers to their demise, particularly against larger enemies, or when leaving them behind as night falls. The game's end-of-day graph, showing the rise and fall of Pikmin numbers, is highlighted as a stark visualization of the player's impact, essentially representing their karma in managing the Pikmin population. Some reflections touch upon the Pikmin's appearance and behavior, questioning what they truly are and how players perceive their mass numbers. The recurring theme is the guilt and mixed emotions players experience when inevitably sacrificing Pikmin to progress or make mistakes, despite their simple and seemingly innocent nature. It's a raw look at the player's connection, or lack thereof, to the Pikmin and the consequences of their actions within the game's ecosystem, building on the strategic considerations discussed on the previous page by adding a layer of personal accountability. This page features an integral GBA software information spread, highlighting several upcoming Game Boy Advance titles across a wide variety of genres. It introduces games like the Mahjong title Shujuku Dokodemo Taikyoku Yakuman Advance from Nintendo, Capcom's collection RPG Ransei Grambo, and Mito's cute hamster simulation Kawaii Hamster. Konami brings action with Jurassic Park 2-1, Island Attack, and a unique sports title, Shukyu Yujo no Victory Goal, 4v4 Arashi, Get the Goal! Based on a manga. Strategy fans can look forward to Koei's Romance of the Three Kingdoms, while shooting enthusiasts get a return with Kemco and Zoom's Phalanx. Konami also offers an adventure simulating Tokyo Disney Sea, and Compile presents a unique puzzle game LR Guru Logic Champ using screen rotation. The feature demonstrates the rapidly expanding and diverse library available for the Game Boy Advance. This page features a GCM column that delves into the differences between the Japanese and European game markets. It highlights France as a major player in portable gaming, noting the success of companies like UBI and Infogrames. The column details the unique launch strategy for the Game Boy Advance in France, which involved distributing units to around 80 celebrities who were then photographed playing the device, creating significant buzz without traditional advertising in the first week. This tactic helped the GBA achieve massive sales in France and Europe. It also mentions the GBA strap being a cool accessory there, despite originating from Japan. Another section, Game Travelers Eurovision, introduces game writers discussing their perspectives on what makes a good game and hardware, suggesting that passion from the creators is key, fitting the context of the hardware being discussed. The Game Trail column offers a nostalgic look back at the joy of self-completing classic games. The author reminisces about childhood experiences playing titles like Super Mario Bros., mapping out complex levels in games like Metroid, and gathering with friends to solve puzzles in The Legend of Zelda. The text captures the satisfaction derived from figuring things out independently and sharing discoveries. The column includes a screenshot resembling Metroid gameplay and a photo of the Sharp Twin Famicom, a console popular in that era. This page features information on upcoming GameCube software, highlighting titles slated for release between October 26th and November 21st. The list includes major games like Super Smash Bros. Melee, FIFA 2002, Road to FIFA World Cup, Star Wars Rogue Leader, Rogue Squadron 2, and SSX Tricky. The main focus is on Super Smash Bros. Melee, described as a battle game bringing together a huge cast of Nintendo characters. While it appears like a fun, character-filled brawl featuring icons like Mario, Pikachu, and Link, the article points out that it's surprisingly a game that reveals players' true nature. The intense competition for items, the targeting of the player in the lead, and the chaotic free-for-all dynamic are seen as moments where the darker side of human competitiveness can emerge. It's noted as a significant upgrade from the Nintendo 64 original, packed with new characters and elements, and fully supporting up to 4 players for chaotic fun. Beyond the core battle mode, the page emphasizes the game's variety with substantial single-player content. This isn't just a bonus but a key part of the package. Modes highlighted include an adventure mode with scrolling stages and enemies, the classic target smash mode, where players race to break targets, the home run contest for hitting a sandbag for maximum distance, and the intense multi-man melee challenging players against waves of opponents. Screenshots illustrate these different modes and the vibrant character roster in action, showcasing the detailed graphics and varied gameplay environments. This page dives deeper into the character roster of Super Smash Bros. Melee, celebrating the arrival of new fighters and highlighting upgrades for the returning cast. The excitement is palpable, questioning if the newcomers can challenge the veterans, all of whom are getting significant power boosts for even more intense battles. Featured alongside the familiar faces are new combatants like Bowser, Princess Peach, and the tag team duo of the Ice Climbers, Popo and Nana. Returning champions are also detailed. Mario remains a balanced superstar. Link is enhanced with new tools like the bow. Peach makes her debut with her unique float ability. Pikachu brings electric power and a new quick attack. Captain Falcon is showcased for his speed. Fox returns, agile as ever, with his reflector powering up projectiles. Samus is presented in her powerful suit. Donkey Kong is highlighted for his strength and weight. Yoshi is noted for his resilience. And Ness is back with his signature PK Flash and baseball bat attacks. A special section focuses on Kirby's incredible copy ability, demonstrating how the pink puffball can transform by inhaling opponents, gaining their signature moves, such as mimicking Pikachu's Spark or using Wholeness's abilities. The page also teases a mystery character, revealed to be Sheik from The Legend of Zelda, showcasing their distinct look. This page highlights 3 new game releases. FIFA 2002 Road to FIFA World Cup offers a fully licensed football experience with teams from 114 countries and 237 clubs. Players can compete in the 2002 World Cup qualifiers and tournament with improved controls. Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 puts players in the cockpit of iconic starfighters from the original trilogy, letting them relive classic space battles. Finally, SSX Tricky delivers high-flying snowboarding action, emphasizing trick combinations and an adrenaline meter that fuels increasingly spectacular maneuvers. The page also briefly mentions other upcoming titles, including Bloody Roar Extra and Konami's Hypersports 2002 Winter. This page features Fumio Kurokawa's column, reflecting on the recent game show, likely the Tokyo Game Show. He describes the atmosphere as somewhat muted compared to previous events, noting the lack of energy and even a sparse parking lot. He expresses disappointment at not being able to play the highly anticipated game Res. He comments on the major console manufacturers' presence, finding the booths for Sega and Sony SCE rather simple and unimpressive. The column touches on the intense console war between PlayStation 2 and Xbox, highlighted by Bill Gates' visit to the Microsoft booth, where he reportedly declared confidence in Xbox's victory. Kurokawa also notes that the next show is shifting to a different schedule. The page also includes game industry news headlines. Among them are reports on Microsoft's adjustments to the Xbox console, specifically regarding its hard drive capacity. There's also intriguing news about the potential for Square's massive hit series Final Fantasy to appear on the Xbox platform, which would be a significant shift in the console landscape. Other headlines cover business developments, such as Atlas forming a partnership with Kadokawa. The overall tone suggests a period of transition and heightened competition in the industry. This page features a spotlight on the new anime series, Scried. It highlights its release for rentals starting October 25th, with the DVD video version scheduled for November 25th. The show is described as an action series set in an alternate world, featuring staff who previously worked on Infinite Revious. The story centers around young people with special abilities called alters, focusing not only on action, but also their psychological journeys. The page provides a synopsis of the series' premise. A part of Japan is isolated due to a geological upheaval, becoming the lost ground, where people with alter abilities reside. Profiles are included for main characters such as Kazuma, a hot-blooded alter user who fights with physical attacks; Kanami Yuta, an 8-year-old girl living in the lost ground; Ryuho, a member of the special police force Holy, with a powerful alter ability; and Kiryu Mizuno, another scientist from Holy researching alters. Their voice actors are also listed. Additionally, the page includes information on the anime's official websites. Featured pickup sections highlight other anime. Kogapan, described as a slightly sarcastic short animation, airing on Animax from November 5th, and Angel's Tale, Otogi Story Tenshi no Shippo, a heartwarming story about guardian angels, currently airing on WoWow from October 4th. This page features a variety of video and music releases, showcasing some of the anime titles available. Highlighted TV series volumes include the 5th volume of the Slice of Life anime Comic Party, the 2nd volume of the sci-fi series Figure 17 Tsubasa and Hikaru, the 3rd volume of the comedic Jungle wa Itsumo Hare no Chigu, Hare plus Gu, the 3rd volume of the Magical Girl series Pre-Tier, the 3rd volume of the High Energy Super Gals, and the 9th volume of the SF anime Argent Soma. The final volume, Volume 3, of the OVA Here is Greenwood is also featured, based on the popular manga. Additionally, there's a release for the 1997 Jungle Emperor Leo movie, based on Osamu Tezuka's classic work. In the music section, a character mini-album for Magical Doremi featuring Momoko Asuka is highlighted. There's also brief information about a new tokusatsu entry in the Ultra Anime Eurobeat music series, and a music clip DVD for the Seatbelts, the band from Cowboy Bebop. This page features another installment of the Something Yoshimatsu Theater manga, titled Game Show 2001 Autumn Flavor. This comic provides a humorous look at the Tokyo Game Show 2001 Autumn from the perspective of the character Something. He attends the show at Makuhari Messe and shares his observations. A key point of discussion is the reception and impressions of the Xbox among the Japanese attendees. Something expresses his excitement and surprise at the show, contrasting the new hardware buzz with his strong belief that Sega games are the best in the world. The comic captures the atmosphere of the event and the reactions of gamers to the new releases and hardware on display. At the bottom of the page, there is a note announcing a signing event by Something Sensei to celebrate the release of Doradori Kyasuko-san, with details provided for time and location in Akihabara. This page continues the Something Special feature, focusing on the Doradori Kyasuko-san manga. It's presented as an exclusive scoop revealing the truth behind a character named Naomi's Tears, and dives into a game console fortune-telling segment. The comic humorously depicts anthropomorphized versions of popular game consoles, including the PS2, Game Boy Advance, PSP, Xbox, PS1, and GameCube, possibly satirizing the console market landscape at the time. The bottom section mentions a suspicion revealed concerning the use of material, potentially from Playboy, and provides full details for the Something Sensei signing event announced previously, including the date, November 11th, location in Akihabara, and multiple time slots. This page features a special interview titled Radical Communication with talent and actress Yue Aoi. The article highlights her striking movie debut as the heroine in the controversial film All About Lily Chushu. It discusses her transition from working on the popular children's morning show Oha Suta and as a fashion model into the world of cinema. The text delves into the film, describing it as a visually beautiful but emotionally challenging work that explores themes of junior high school bullying, presenting a heavy and painful atmosphere. Yue Joy shares her thoughts on the movie, noting that it's a film that makes your heart ache, affecting both those who bully and those who are bullied. She talks about her character, Shiori Tsuda, being a presence that offers a sense of salvation within the story's darkness, but ultimately breaks down. Despite the dark subject matter, she recounts that the filming environment itself was enjoyable. The article also includes a brief profile of Yue Tue, mentioning her birthplace, her start in musicals, modeling career, and listing several upcoming film appearances. This page features guides for 2 major Dreamcast titles. The upper section highlights the Phantasy Star Online Ver.2 Perfect Guide, a comprehensive strategy book for the updated online RPG. It promises a significant expansion on previous guides and deep coverage of Ver.2 content. The guide breaks down key information into 6 major features, including detailed area maps, enemy data with attack patterns and difficulty levels, strategies for conquering bosses, information on rare item drops, secrets behind mag evolution and abilities, and the crucial impact of Section ID on item appearance rates. This sounds like an essential resource for any serious player looking to master the challenging depths of Raggle. Below, the page also promotes the Crazy Taxi 2 Driver's Manual. This guide likely offers tips and tricks for mastering the chaotic streets and fares of the popular arcade racer sequel, aimed at helping players achieve high scores and navigate the game's unique mechanics. Both guides are published by SoftBank Publishing and point readers to their website for further information. This document provides instructions for a magazine survey aimed at gathering reader feedback and demographic information. The survey, distributed as a postcard, focuses on reader engagement with the current issue, including article ratings, media consumption habits, and gaming preferences. Readers are guided on completing the survey, which covers topics such as gender, age, occupation, and how they get game information. The survey includes a list of articles to rate, Table 1, and a list of gaming hardware owned and planned for purchase, Table 2. The survey also asks about recent software purchases and PC gameplay. The comprehensive lists in Tables 1 and 2 offer a deep insight into the various game titles, platforms, and articles found in the magazine. This data helps the editors understand their audience and tailor future content, including potential article guides. This page features a bi-weekly column presented as a manga comic strip titled Various Things Growing Steadily. In this installment, the author, Izumi Takemoto, recounts attending a piano concert by young Russian pianist Nikolai Tokarev, who surprisingly played the theme song from Astro Boy multiple times during the encore. This prompts the author to humorously ponder if they might be compared to Astro Boy in their old age. They also note that an Astro Boy CD is being released, though they didn't purchase it. The comic shifts to the author's busy work life, expressing a desire to see the movie Lara Croft, Tomb Raider. They describe heading to the cinema expecting it to be crowded but find it completely empty, a surprising and contradictory observation. The author then questions the film's portrayal of Lara Croft, specifically her ill-bred fighting style, despite being from a noble family. The strip serves as a personal, observational diary, reflecting on cultural events, work, and media consumption. This page delves into the Xbox's impending launch in Japan, just 3 weeks after its debut in the US, questioning its secret strategy for the Japanese market. The feature highlights the Tokyo Game Show event, where the Xbox made a significant impact, described as the venue being dyed green. A key moment covered is Microsoft chairman Bill Gates' visit, tracing his path through booths of major Japanese publishers like Konami, Capcom, Genki, From Software, Namco, and finally Sega, showcasing Microsoft's outreach to build relationships and secure support from the established Japanese game industry. The page also features an interview with Toshiyuki Miyata, the production and general manager for the Xbox business division at Microsoft Product Development Limited in Japan. Miyata discusses the importance of Microsoft's own titles, first-party software, for the success of the Xbox in Japan. He shares his positive impression of the TGS reception, feeling a sense of change in the air. Miyata reveals details about the Japanese team size, over 100 people, and the larger U.S. team within the entertainment business unit, around 800 people, responsible for both PC and Xbox development. He emphasizes the crucial role of passionate creators with strong ideas in building the game business. The overall theme conveyed is the ambition for the Xbox to bring something new and original to the Japanese market. This page features insights from various third-party developers and creators who appeared on the Xbox stage at TGS, discussing their perspective on Microsoft's new console. Representatives from Sega, including Tetsu Kageyama, Chikara Nakagawa, and Takayuki Kawagoe, expressed strong trust in Xbox and highlighted upcoming titles like Sega GT 2002 and Jet Set Radio Future, showcasing the evolving relationship between the companies. Capcom's Hiroyuki Kobayashi talked about developing Genma Onimusha, Genma, Dawn of Glory, for the Xbox, aiming it at core gamers and noting the ease of development. Koji Okada of Atlus discussed their concept for a Shin Megami Tensei online title, envisioning a party-based system. From Software's Satoshi Saito spoke about leveraging the Xbox's power for expressive mech designs in games like Murakumo and Gaia Blade. While not on stage, Tecmo's Tomonobu Itagaki was also present at the Xbox booth, with Dead or Alive 3 footage being a highlight. The page also continues the interview with Toshiyuki Miyata from Microsoft, who emphasizes a user-centric approach and the pursuit of new, original titles. He stresses that the identity of the Xbox in Japan will be defined not just by Microsoft's own games, but by the diverse contributions from partner developers. Miyata touches upon genre strategy, noting the popularity of RPGs and fighting games in Japan, and expresses strong belief in the Xbox's potential for network gaming, particularly highlighting Sega's enthusiastic involvement in this area. The overall message is a focus on originality and collaboration to deliver unique gaming experiences on the platform. Microsoft's Peter Parsons discusses the upcoming Xbox launch in an interview, confirming a November 15th U.S. launch with 15 to 20 titles, including 6 first-party games. He highlights strong Xbox reception, citing positive reviews and successful pre-sales, like a Toys R Xbox sellout. Microsoft's marketing strategy emphasizes global gamer feedback during game localization. While details are scarce, Parsons acknowledges network gaming's importance, referencing Dreamcast's impact. He confirms Xbox Online preparation, using Halo's network readiness as an example, and sees Sega's support as a strategic opportunity. The article also showcases various Xbox peripherals aimed at enhancing the gaming experience, including an arcade stick, freestyle board, joysticks, a voice communicator, and racing wheels, demonstrating the console's potential for immersive gameplay. This page features a discussion on the Xbox's hardware performance and its strategy in Japan. It introduces 3 technical support staff from Microsoft's Advanced Technology Group in Japan, who discuss the console's strengths and how they support third-party developers. They highlight the Xbox Development Kit, XDK, and its ability to create highly realistic graphics, going beyond simple polygons to render details like hair and waves effectively. The importance of sound is also emphasized, noting the ease of manipulating sound positioning with Dolby 5.1 chain support, likening its growing significance to camera positioning in 3D graphics. A key difference highlighted compared to other hardware is the Xbox's design for high-quality video and audio from the ground up, which is seen as its major appeal, along with its raw graphical power capable of 100 million polygons per second, best appreciated, with high-vision displays connectable via an expansion pack. They also touch on interactive 5.1 chain sound, going beyond passive movie-like audio. The page also includes a section reflecting on the American-style presentation observed at an event, noting the scale, a large number of companions, 100 people, and impactful booth design. Featured peripherals include various cables, component, system link, standard AV, RF, a DVD playback kit, memory unit, and broadband adapters for ADCell and optical connections. The postscript reflects on the Xbox's appearance in Japan as feeling like an exotic foreign car compared to domestic consoles, suggesting its difference is part of its appeal and strategic approach. Dead or Alive 3 for Xbox is previewed, highlighting key characters and impressive graphics. The report focuses on character storylines, including Ninja Sisters Kasumi and Ayane, whose paths are intertwined, and Base and Tina, with newcomer Hitomi. The preview showcases the game's detailed character models and environments through screenshots. The game, a fighting title for Xbox, supports 14 players and is about 70% complete, emphasizing high-quality in-game visuals and cutscenes that were well received at the Tokyo Game Show. Producer Ida notes the positive reception and the focus on refining lighting and camera work for the American version, with a Japanese release planned. The game promises a speedy and deep experience, with a target release of spring 2002. This page delves further into Dead or Alive 3 for Xbox, showcasing 2 specific real-time movie sequences that were presented at the Tokyo Game Show. The first sequence centers on the host of the Dead or Alive tournament, Helena Douglas, and the enigmatic newcomer Christie. Images depict Christie descending stairs in an ancient castle and reporting to Helena, hinting at their connection and the involvement of Donovan. Their dialogue suggests a serious plotline tied to truth and freedom. The second sequence highlights the dynamic between Tina Armstrong and her father, Bass Armstrong. Tina expresses her desire to become an actress if she wins, leading to Bass's clear displeasure, emphasizing his over-the-top personality. Finally, a dramatic scene shows the legendary ninja Ryu Hayabusa and Hayate encountering each other on a castle roof. They face a potential common foe in Jinrara, but the tension between the former best friends, hinting at a fated battle despite their past oath, is palpable. Producer Ita provides commentary on the real-time cutscenes, noting the technical achievement of displaying 3 characters simultaneously and confirming the core story involves the Mugen Tenshin ninjas and Doatek, with Ayane being crucial to the plot alongside the main character Kasumi. These sequences offer exciting glimpses into the game's narrative and character interactions. This page showcases a special, limited-time secret movie that was presented at the Tecmo booth during TGS 2001 for Dead or Alive 3 on Xbox. This sequence is a beautiful pre-rendered movie focusing on Helena Douglas. We see her relaxing on a cruiser before diving into the ocean. The article emphasizes the stunning graphical detail, particularly the realistic rendering of the water and reflections, posing the question of what Helena is thinking as she immerses herself in the serene environment. Producer Itagaki confirms that this is a sample of the pre-rendered movies that will be in the final game, with approximately 1.5 minutes dedicated to each character. A short diary entry mentions attending TGS and seeing the game, also noting that Team Ninja officially became a department in October. This page features a preview of Ultimate Fighting Championship 2. Tap out for the Xbox console. The article highlights the game as the latest entry in the Ultimate Fighting Championship series, described as a realistic fighting game, adding to the growing Xbox lineup. It mentions the previous game's high quality upon its release on Dreamcast, and that this new title aims to recreate the intense realism of the American MMA tournament, UFC. The text emphasizes the authentic feel of the fights, where even a moment's opening can lead to a submission and a tap-out, capturing the tension of real combat. Screenshots show in-game action within the octagon, depicting striking and grappling exchanges. There are also images showcasing the character models, highlighting the detail in the fighter representations. One photo appears to be of a real fighter, likely used for reference during development, reinforcing the game's focus on realism. The article touches upon the inclusion of lightweight fighters and their expected participation in the game, adding depth to the roster. The page conveys excitement for this next step in virtual mixed martial arts on the Xbox platform. This page previews X-Chaser, the latest entry in the Spectral Force series, making its debut on Xbox after primarily being released on PS and PS2. This title is highlighted as an action RPG, where players control popular characters from the series. The article generates excitement for this new direction, promising an overview of the game, character introductions, and interviews with the production staff. Screenshots showcase dungeon crawling with multiple characters, emphasizing cooperative exploration. Combat scenes depict party members engaging enemies, including what appears to be a boss encounter, highlighting the dynamic action. The player interface with character portraits and stats is visible, indicating a party-based system. The story section introduces the setting on the Neverland continent, threatened by a disaster originating from another world, led by the antagonist Medular, the Evil Eye. Heroes gather to reclaim a sacred place. The game is presented as Idea Factory's first title for the Xbox console. It is noted for supporting 1 to 4 players, suggesting a focus on cooperative multiplayer gameplay, which is highlighted as a key appeal. The game is aiming for a spring 2002 release and is 75% complete at the time of this preview. This page continues the preview of the action RPG X-Chaser. It details the game system, highlighting it as a cooperative experience for up to 4 players. The world, known as Zethra, is cursed and divided into 23 challenging regions, filled with fields and dungeons to explore. Players must battle to break the curses plaguing these lands. The preview introduces two character classes. First is the fighter, depicted as a capable warrior strong in close combat, with balanced stats in attack, defense, and speed. They excel at combo attacks, and are noted as a good class for beginners. Next is the mage, who relies heavily on magical attacks rather than physical prowess. Mages are effective at hitting multiple enemies, and are suited for long-range combat. Success with a mage requires tactical thinking and calm judgment. The article also previews some of the diverse environments players will traverse within the cursed Zethra, including the strange way to the forest, the airborne nest of Birdman, the mysterious garden in Baberon, and the imposing Pillar of Baal, a tower dedicated to a god from another realm. Navigating these dangerous fields filled with monsters requires not only skill and judgment, but also strong trust between allies. X-Chaser, the Xbox version of Phantasy Star Online Episode Is and 2, offers diverse character classes and combat. The Hunter class excels in ranged combat with Archer and Ranger types, prioritizing distance due to their low defense. The Thief class, with Elf and Sylphie variations, is known for speed, using quick movements to disrupt enemies. Pirates, featuring Fishmen and Gatekeeper types, are powerful warriors with high strength and stamina, though they are the slowest. The game includes 7 character actions. Normal actions are basic moves, while special actions are strategic moves, triggered under specific conditions. Ultimate Magic, potentially using items like Monster Scrolls, delivers massive damage to multiple foes. This variety of classes and actions provides a rich tactical experience in this cooperative action RPG. This page features an interview with Yoshiaki Sato, a director at Idea Factory, discussing the collaborative development of the action RPG X-Chaser with Taiwanese studio XPEC. Sato highlights how this partnership opened new doors and describes X-Chaser as an attempt to return to the core fun of classic games. The goal was a simple yet deep gameplay experience, accessible to everyone, with a strong focus on cooperative play for up to 4 players. While initially a standalone project, it evolved to incorporate elements and popular characters from Idea Factory's long-running Spectral series, such as Ankh Croyer from Generation of Chaos. The article also introduces XPEC as a skilled Taiwanese developer known for their work on the Spectral universe. Accompanying the interview are screenshots of X-Chaser gameplay, a portrait of Sato, and artwork or covers for other Spectral games like Generation of Chaos and Suna no Embrace, which saw international release as Global Folktale, illustrating the rich background of this project and the developers involved. The next page dives into the robot action game Phantom Crash for the Xbox, highlighting its unique blend of pop and light combat and a battle royale system called Rambling. Set in the futuristic ruins of Tokyo in 2025, the game features highly mobile robots called Scoobies, engaging in chaotic, no-rules battles. Unlike typical duels, Rambling involves multiple machines fighting simultaneously, with new robots joining as others are destroyed. The game emphasizes player freedom, allowing participants to exit the combat zone at any time. Screenshots showcase the vibrant, albeit ruined, urban environments and the distinct robot designs. An interview with developers Hiroaki Tsujita and Ichiro Ojima from Genki reveals the project's origins and core design philosophies, including the use of optical camouflage for stealth and the goal of creating an active, fast-paced game that departs from traditional robot simulations, aiming for a fun, almost festival-like atmosphere despite the setting. This page delves deeper into the systems of Phantom Crash, the high-speed robot combat game. It details the extensive customization options for the Scooby robots, allowing players to personalize everything from weapons and movement types to color schemes. Earning money by destroying rivals in the chaotic Rambling mode is crucial for funding these upgrades. The page shows examples of different Scooby chassis types, including normal, 4-legged, 2-legged, and high-speed variations. Crucially, the page highlights the optical camouflage system, a key defensive and offensive tool. This allows the Scoob to temporarily blend into the environment, making it incredibly difficult to target. While invisible, players must rely on sonar or visual cues to detect enemies. The system has limitations, requiring a charge and being broken by movement or taking hits, forcing strategic choices. Screenshots effectively demonstrate the visual effect of the camouflage and the dynamic combat it enables, emphasizing that the game's visual fidelity is pushed by the Xbox hardware. Developer comments reinforce the game's unique vision, contrasting its bright, energetic world with more traditional, darker robot games. They describe the Scoobies less as weapons and more as tools for playing, influenced by sports like skateboarding and BMX, aiming for a sense of fun and freedom. Features like flexible camera views during gameplay and a replay mode encourage players to savor their customized robots and stylish maneuvers, urging them to get lost in the speed and coolness of their machines. This page features a special report on Zan Kabuki for the Xbox. This is a fighting action game taking a unique approach by centering its theme around traditional Japanese kabuki theater, promising an elegant yet flashy spectacle. The striking visual style is immediately apparent, highlighted by the character Akushi Chibio Kagekyo, a formidable warrior from the fallen Heike clan. Combat in Zankabuki is framed as a stage performance, filled with dynamic and over-the-top yunchur, direction/staging. Screenshots show intense fighting taking place on what appear to be theater sets, emphasizing the game's theatrical presentation and powerful visual effects. The page also includes insights from the development team at Lightweight, producer Shao Yamashita, and director Tsune Kobayashi. They reveal the game's origin stemmed from exploring a kabuki character idea for another project. The positive reception to a demo solidified Zan Kabuki's concept. They discuss how the game's unique design and impact were well suited for the open creative environment offered by the Xbox platform at the time. The developers touch on gameplay elements like potential 3v3 battles and the interesting concept of scouting actors, suggesting a focus on performance capture. The game is noted as being 70% complete. This page delves further into the unique world of Zan Kabuki, a game that blends action with the rich tradition of kabuki theater. The journey towards Kyoto is central, where players must not only navigate challenges, but also earn income by performing kabuki shows on the road. The success and flair of these performances directly impact the money earned, which is essential for travel. That is presented as theatrical 3-on-3 battles, emphasizing dynamic and engaging spectacles. A key mechanic highlighted is the mai, a dramatic pose central to kabuki performance. Executing a mai in-game is crucial for boosting popularity and income, but it leaves the character vulnerable, creating a risky but rewarding strategic element. The page introduces characters like Ono Sadakuru, depicted with an imposing figure. Insights into the game's development reveal the meticulous research undertaken, including studying historical documents and kabuki resources, to authentically capture the essence of the art form in character design and execution. The game also features techniques linked to character popularity and a narrative thread involving the pursuit of a strange illness mystery, adding depth to the theatrical action. Helpful kabuki terminology is also included to guide new players. This page shifts focus to Alpha System's exciting new shooting game, Shikigami no Shiro, making its debut appearance on the Xbox console. Known for titles like Gun Parade March, Alpha System is bringing their first arcade shooter, praised for its unique story and system, to home players. The game introduces a cast of distinct playable characters, each paired with their own shikigami, which are described as spiritual or chemical weapons intrinsically linked to the player. Gameplay revolves around utilizing these powerful shikigamis for varied attacks and effects, requiring mastery to navigate the challenging levels. A key highlight is the inclusion of new elements specifically for this Xbox version, differentiating it from the arcade original. An interview with Alpha Systems president, Mr. Sasaki, sheds light on the porting process to Xbox and reveals features like support for vertical screen display and a special weightless mode designed to simulate the difficulty of intense arcade bullet patterns by intentionally slowing the game down during busy moments. The page features character art and screenshots showcasing the game's visual style and bullet hell action. This page continues the deep dive into Alpha Systems' intense vertical shooter, the Castle of Shikigami, making its way to Xbox. It's a true bullet hell experience, emphasizing dodging countless projectiles, a core element of the genre. A significant point highlighted is the confirmed support for arcade sticks, promising an authentic arcade feel which is crucial for precise movement in these demanding games. The game's scoring system is detailed, focusing on the tension bonus system, where points increase dramatically the closer you are to enemies and bullets. This high-risk, high-reward mechanic is central to mastering scoring runs, and adds a layer of strategic tension. The page also introduces some of the memorable boss characters you'll face. We see illustrations and screenshots featuring Boss 1, Evil Mikiko, Boss 2, Drunkard Fujishima, Boss 3, Evil Hiroshi, and Boss 4, Evil Bauman. Each boss appears distinct, promising varied and challenging encounters. An interview section provides insights into the development, touching on the process of porting the arcade game to Xbox, and the team's thoughts on the game's unique aspects, like its narrative and distinct character personalities. Finally, there's a section about a media giveaway, offering exclusive goods related to the game, like a mousepad and t-shirt, celebrating the Xbox release. This page highlights the release of the highly anticipated adventure game, Myst 2-1's Exile, on the Xbox console. Known for its gorgeous graphics and expansive puzzle-filled world, this latest installment in the globally successful PC series is making its way to Xbox, taking full advantage of the hardware's capabilities. The article emphasizes the enhanced graphics and 5.1 chains surround sound support specifically for the Xbox version, promising an even more immersive visual and auditory experience. It notes that the game's beauty rivals CG pre-renders, but is entirely interactive. Gameplay is described, focusing on the classic icon-based interaction where players click on screen elements to investigate or act, a simple yet effective system. A significant new feature highlighted is the 360-degree movement system in Myst 2-1's Exile, a departure from previous fixed viewpoints. This allows players to freely look around their surroundings from any point, enhancing the feeling of exploration and immersion. The visuals accompanying this description showcase this freedom of movement, demonstrating the power of the Xbox to render such environments. The article also touches upon the series' history, mentioning its previous releases on platforms like PlayStation and Saturn, establishing its pedigree as a top-tier adventure game since the original Myst. It concludes by teasing the deeper dive into the game's systems and appeal. This page announces a significant shift for Dorimaga, declaring its move towards a comprehensive magazine format and, notably, the grand opening of its PC Information Bureau. A humorous illustration marks the occasion, showing a cheerful mascot welcoming a rather timid-looking PC into the scene, complete with a sweating monitor face. The accompanying text discusses the state of PC gaming, mentioning the rise of notebooks and even recalling the intriguing Sega Terra Drive, which combined a Mega Drive with an IBM PC. It also hypes up a major development concerning the title Candy Stripe. The contents section lays out the initial offerings from this new bureau. It features articles on PC customization, showcasing desktop accessories for beloved series like Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning? And Sister Princess. The focus then shifts to upcoming game previews, highlighting new visual novels and adventure titles from prominent developers in the genre like F and Keck and Fairy Tail. Featured games include the latest installment in the popular family restaurant series, Welcome to Pia Carrot 3, a hot spring adventure called Himawari no Sakumachi, a new title from the team behind Canvas tentatively named Suigetsu, and the intriguingly titled Sweet Half-Ripe Angels. This new section clearly expands the magazine's coverage to embrace the vibrant Japanese PC gaming scene, particularly visual novels and accessories. This page dives deeper into the offerings from the new P Information Bureau, focusing on desktop accessories, specifically for the highly anticipated Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning? It highlights how these accessories can brighten up the often monotonous task of using a PC for school or work, turning your desktop into a vibrant space filled with your favorite characters. The article introduces desktop accessories as items that allow you to customize your PC wallpaper, system sounds, schedule manager, and even mini-games, with visuals and voices from your preferred games or anime. Featured here are the heroines of the Paris Kagekidan from Sakura Wars 3. They appear as small desktop heroines in Windows, keeping an eye on your work. They can count things like keystrokes and mouse movements, offering encouraging words based on your progress. The page shows screenshots of these accessories in action, showcasing the characters interacting with different desktop elements. There's also a brief interview with the producer, who explains the core concept is to turn your PC into a Sakura 3-color experience. He mentions the inclusion of new voice recordings and highlights the hidden elements and minigames included in the VEX portion of the accessories, encouraging users to explore them. The article notes the release date and pricing, including a special limited edition that comes with a unique tie, designed to satisfy Sakura Wars fans. This confirms the magazine's commitment to covering not just games, but also related merchandise for popular series. This page details PC customization options, primarily centered around Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning? Users can overhaul their PC with themed wallpapers, icons, mouse pointers, and startup/shutdown sounds featuring the Paris Kagekidan. Beyond aesthetics, the accessories offer functional tools like a schedule manager and memo function, and even a Sakura Wars-themed puzzle poker game. The page further highlights desktop accessories for other series. Fans of Sister Princess can personalize their Saya packs with desktop characters voiced by their original actors, along with calendars and clocks. The Atelier series also receives the desktop treatment, providing schedule management, memo features, and character-focused visuals and voice lines. These packages aim to enhance the PAC experience for fans of these popular franchises. This page is all about the return of a highly popular dating simulation series on PC. The headline proudly announces the arrival of the latest title in a beloved franchise, specifically focusing on Welcome to Pia Heart Carrot 3. The page introduces 3 upcoming titles from the developer FNC, leading with the much-anticipated third main entry in the Pia Carrot series. This game is confirmed as a dating simulation set in the familiar family restaurant setting. Character art is prominently displayed, featuring the protagonist and various heroines, including the character Tomomi, who asks if the player character remembers her, hinting at continuity from previous games. The page also features artwork for Welcome to Pia Heart Carrot 2.5, suggesting other related releases. Key information for Welcome to Pia Heart Carrot 3 is provided, including a release date of November 30th and a price of 9,800 yen. It's listed as a PC game compatible with Windows 95/98, ME 2000. The overall tone is one of excitement from the magazine content creators, highlighting the long-awaited return of the series for fans. This page dives deeper into Welcome to Pia Heart Carrot 3, focusing on key characters and the game's signature uniform feature. As expected from the series, uniforms are a highlight. With the return of the Costume Select system, the game features distinct uniform designs, including a tropical look for the new number 4 store, chosen by fan vote to influence event scenes. We're introduced to the protagonist for this installment, an experienced part-timer, unlike in previous games. His default name is Akira Kanazuki, raising the question of his relation to Shiho Kanazuki, a cool and intelligent manager from the first game who is still working at the main store and may appear here. The page also highlights 2 other important characters, Tomomi Aizawa, who comes to help at the number 4 store from the number 2 and number 2.2 locations and is known for her love of plushies, and Sayaka Takai, a girl from the same school working at the main store. Sayaka, despite her refined appearance, has a unique personality she seemingly dislikes, and a falling out with her is part of the reason the protagonist ends up helping at the number 4 store, which she also later joins. The various character data provides details like birth dates and hobbies. This page delves deeper into Welcome to Pia Heart Carrot 3, showcasing key aspects of gameplay and introducing more of the colorful cast. The core game system remains familiar, centered around part-time work like waiting tables or washing dishes to boost parameters and advance the story. The notable plus alpha this time is the ability to select either morning or afternoon shifts, adding a layer of strategy as this choice influences which events you encounter. We get glimpses of various in-game scenarios, from the acting manager Akemi being hilariously mistaken for a regular waitress in her uniform, to a heated clash between 2 proud female characters, possibly Akemi and Natsuki. There are lighter moments too, like catching insects with Nana during an orientation event, or experiencing the slightly awkward quietness of an orientation with Miharu. The page also confirms the return of the series tradition since the second game, Dorm Life. The protagonist will be living in the company dorms alongside key heroines like Tomomi, Sayaka, Akemi, Miharu, promising plenty of events within that setting. The page then introduces 3 prominent heroines. Nana Kimishima, a bright and childlike girl working at the new number 4 store. Miharu Fuyuki, a quiet waitress who seems hesitant despite not disliking men. And Natsuki Iwakura, the strict manager of the number 4 store who is surprisingly close to Akemi. Basic character data for each, such as birthdays and hobbies, is also presented. This page shifts focus to specific events and returning characters in Welcome to Pia Heart Carrot 3. It highlights the prevalence of swimsuit events, explaining that the game's setting near the sea means these scenes occur frequently, unlike past entries that required dedicated sea travel events. The commentary humorously notes, these events serve as eye protection, and reminds players that dates still require building relationships with the girls. The page also formally introduces 2 more characters. Akemi Hasegawa is presented as the acting manager of the new number 4 store. She is described as looking younger than her age and having a close but somewhat reversed relationship with Natsuki, the store manager introduced on the previous page. Her personality is noted as gentle. Tako Kinoshita, related to the prominent Kinoshita family from the series, is introduced as the manager of the employee dorms for the No. 4 store. She's described as surprisingly playful despite being pushed into her role, and advises caution regarding her free-spirited actions. Finally, the page excites fans by announcing the return of many nostalgic heroines from previous Paya Heart Carrot installments. Characters related to managers from the first game, residents of the Kinoshita household from the second, and many other familiar faces are slated to appear, including grown-up versions of past characters. Specifically mentioned are Tomomi's friends from the second game's fan disc, Noriko and Yuki, who are confirmed to be appearing just as they were. This page shifts focus to a new romance-adventure game for PC by Fairy Tail, titled Himawari no Sakumachi. Set in a downtown area featuring a bathhouse and boarding house, the game centers around the protagonist's sudden move into a boarding house primarily occupied by girls. The core concept highlighted is the exciting cohabitation experience. Players will live under the same roof as several cute girls, navigating the ups and downs of daily life together. From playful moments and arguments, to deepening understanding and potentially developing romantic feelings. The game aims to provide a heartful love comedy with a balanced cast of characters. The page introduces 6 main heroines: a childhood friend who helps manage the bathhouse, a cheerful flower shop girl, a rebellious girl living away from home, a mysterious and slow-paced lady, a foreign exchange student fascinated by Japanese culture and ninjas, and a genius inventor who causes trouble. Their diverse personalities promise varied interactions for the protagonist. The game is noted as being 55% complete at the time of this report. This page provides a visual introduction to the main heroines of Himawari no Sakumachi, building on the character descriptions from the previous page. We see artwork for the 6 key characters who will share a roof with the protagonist in this romance-adventure game. Character number 1, with her vibrant red hair and energetic pose in a school-like uniform, looks every bit the childhood friend. Character number 2 is depicted in a soft pink dress, radiating a gentle aura, perhaps the cheerful flower shop girl or the more reserved lady. Character number 3 stands out in a traditional Japanese kimono, suggesting she is the foreign exchange student fascinated by local culture. Character number 4, with long, dark blue hair, is shown in a flowing yellow dress, exuding a sense of calm, potentially the mysterious, slow-paced lady. Character number 5, sporting shorter red hair and a sharp, serious expression in a white shirt, fits the description of the rebellious girl. Finally, character number 6, with distinctive teal-braided hair and glasses, shown wearing a lab coat and striking a determined pose, is clearly the genius inventor. His character illustrations bring the cast to life, giving players a first look at the diverse personalities they will encounter and interact with in the game's setting, centered around the bathhouse and boarding house. This page dives deeper into the world of Himawari no Sakumachi, presenting a collection of event graphics, which are the game's key illustrated scenes, alongside clean-up line art sketches. The game is described as a dream collaboration with character designs by Mokmok and original art by Carnelian and Doran Cherry. We get a visual introduction to the diverse cast of heroines living at the boarding house, shown in both full-color and sketch form, highlighting their unique personalities and hinting at potential interactions with the protagonists. One graphic focuses on Elena, the ninja foreign exchange student, comically depicting her lack of finesse despite her abilities, though this is presented as an endearing trait. Other scenes include a candid changing moment, a character struggling with cooking, and Elena using the protagonist for shuriken practice, showing her more assertive side when using ninjutsu. The text also contrasts the expected dreamlike cohabitation with the initial coldness and caution of the girls, suggesting the player's actions are key to building relationships. Additional sketches tease scenes like mysterious inventions, a drinking party where personalities shift, and a potentially intimate moment between 2 characters. This page provides a compelling visual preview of the game's events and character dynamics. This page delves further into the charming world of Himawari no Sakumachi, showcasing a mix of final event graphics and preliminary cleanup sketches. We get a closer look at key scenes and character designs for the game, building upon the introduction from the previous page. The images feature dynamic action shots, like Elena engaged in combat or training, a scene involving a cooking mishap with flames, and more intimate or candid moments like girls changing in the bathhouse, and sketches teasing character interactions and story events. The accompanying text provides context for these visuals. It describes specific scenes, such as the protagonist's changing feelings for his childhood friend Matsuri, Yuri's unique smile when discussing her inventions, Natsuru's mysterious nature and tendency to involve the protagonist in her whimsical activities, Ryuko's struggle after leaving home, and the protagonist's dangerous training sessions with Elena. The story section reiterates the premise. The protagonist, Eichi, returns to his grandfather's hot spring inn in the countryside hoping to find a girl he met in his childhood, and finds himself living with a diverse group of unique female lodgers. The system is described as simple and focused on building relationships with the girls, deepening bonds through various interactions. The page emphasizes the mix of personalities and potential challenges in cohabiting with the heroines.
This page introduces Suigetsu, Temporary, a new novel adventure game from FC01, notable for featuring staff who previously worked on the well-regarded visual novel Canvas, Motif of Rainbow. The game is set in a coastal town undergoing subtle changes due to development, and the story focuses on the memories and feelings of young people during one summer. We are shown three main characters: Makino Nanami, a mysterious childhood friend; Miyashiro Karen, who appears to be a cheerful and innocent heroine; and Kotonomiya Yuki, whose personality is less clear but is described as beautiful yet flawed. An interview with the staff, including director Daisuke Tonoike and character designer Koichi Gano, reveals the game's core theme is memories, specifically lost memories. They note that Suigetsu is not strictly a romance game, aiming instead to capture the experience of spending a summer together. The title, Suigetsu, meaning moon reflected on water, symbolizes ephemeral things. Development is reported to be around 60% complete. The character designs by Gano are highlighted for their charm and attention to small details. This page features Candy Stripe Suite, the X-rated PC version of the romance-adventure game previously released on the Dreamcast. Promoted as becoming significantly more appealing than the original Immature Angels, this title takes you back to the familiar setting of St. Angela's Hospital. You play as a newly assigned trainee doctor. The game revolves around building relationships with the beautiful seniors, nurses, and nursing students you encounter. While training and working at the hospital, you can deepen your bonds with the girls. A key difference in this PC version is the inclusion of more mature content, designed for an adult audience. Dates and interactions can lead to much deeper, more intimate relationships. The affection system allows you to increase your favor with the girls, unlocking these scenarios. Notably, the cast of targetable heroines is altered from the DC version. 2 characters have been replaced, introducing new potential romantic interests. These include Satoko Wasada, a skilled surgeon known for her mature charm, and Miho Kanazawa, a talented but sometimes awkward nursing student who is an original character for this PC release. Screenshots show various scenes, from hospital environments and character interactions, to glimpses of the mature content exclusive to this version. The game is set for release on December 14th. This page features 2 key publications for Dreamcast enthusiasts. The first is the Super Robot Wars Alpha for Dreamcast Perfect Guide. This extensive guide promises to fully cover all changes from the PlayStation version, guide players through new routes exclusive to the Dreamcast release to reach the true ending, and detail the capabilities and acquisition methods for new units, specifically mentioning those from Armor-Powered Breaker. It also provides comprehensive data on pilots, units, and combination attacks, aiming for 400% completion. The second publication highlighted is a Dreamcast Software and Peripheral Complete Catalog. This catalog serves as a comprehensive record of the approximately 380 Dreamcast software titles released from November 1998 to August 2001, underscoring the rapid release pace on the console. It also reflects on the console's history, referencing an ongoing reader poll from the magazine about popular titles over its lifespan. Both guides are promoted as being readily available for purchase. This page features Sachiko Kamimura's DC game Tiger's Den column, focusing on the unique simulation RPG Sega. The column delves into the game's bizarre nature, with characters discussing how its absurdity is actually a positive point. They comment on its difficulty, describing it as quite tough, and highlighting the challenge of the final boss. The conversation also touches on the game's unfortunate 0% market share despite its quality. The cat character present is Orisama, a key figure from Sega itself, adding an interesting layer to the commentary. The author, Sachiko Kamimura, is introduced as an animator and gamer. The editor responsible for the column, .comco, is also mentioned. Readers are directed to the author's homepage for more information.
This page is a manga column called Dorimaga manga, kicking off the Resident Evil arc with its first episode. It hilariously depicts the fallout from the big news, the Resident Evil series going exclusive to the GameCube. We see caricatures of key Capcom staff, like Shinji Mikami, Hiroki Kato, director of Resident Evil Code Veronica, and Hideki Kamiya, director of Resident Evil 2, reacting to the announcement and the subsequent search for a new director for the project. Kamiya notably passes on the job because he's busy with Devil, a clear nod to his work on Devil May Cry. The accompanying text explains that after proposals from various directors didn't significantly change the core idea, Mikami himself decided to take on directing duties for the first time in 5 years to ensure the quality of the GameCube Resident Evil title. It's a fun, behind-the-scenes look at a pivotal moment in the series' history, created with supervision from Capcom. This page features the Dorimaga manga column, introducing a new character and her journey. The manga begins with characters drawing lots, one of them seemingly drawing a bad one. The story then shifts to introduce Lilulu, a girl from the Dorimaga editorial department who is training to become a virtual idol game heroine. The panels depict her being clumsy, accidentally stepping on a Dreamcast console. Despite her mishaps, the page announces that Lilulu's training journey has now officially begun, setting the stage for future installments focusing on her adventures. This page presents an art exhibition titled Dorimaga Painter Dorikoga Exhibition Color Annex, celebrating the Autumn of Games, Autumn of Art, Autumn of Color illustrations. It features various artworks submitted by readers or contributors, along with brief comments. The top right includes a conversation between Tommy and Yo, discussing a planned Air mini-feature and the difficulty in selecting submissions based on voter preference, contrasting it with truly excellent works which would be chosen unanimously. Featured artworks include an illustration of Marion from Gunbird 2, praised for her unique character and the game's sense of wonder. Another piece features a character described as being from canon, drawn with an almost invisible skirt, and noted as an introverted character. There's also art with multiple characters, referencing elements needed for games, including appealing male and female characters, and an illustration of Ion, likely from the Dead or Alive series, depicted by the water at sunset, described as an amateurish work that captures the scene's atmosphere. Finally, there's art featuring a character holding a teddy bear, popular with fans of beautiful characters, and another depicting a green-haired character with a unicorn, with a note linking it to the Shining Force series, specifically the artist's nickname for it. The page provides a glimpse into the creative talent contributing to the magazine's community, showcasing beloved game characters through fan or related artwork. This page continues, the Dorimaga Art Exhibition, showcasing creative submissions from the community. We see a variety of fan art covering several popular Dreamcast titles. Featured here are illustrations inspired by games like Sakura Wars, with characters likely including Sumair and Erica Fontaine, praised for capturing the essence of the series. There's also vibrant fan art for Popsen music, reflecting its distinct visual style. An illustration referencing Phantasy Star Online depicts a small mechanical character, noted with a touch of humor. Fans of RPGs will recognize Ryudo from Grandia 2, drawn looking cool. Even fighting game icons make an appearance, with a dynamic piece featuring Strider from Marvel vs. Capcom 2, highlighted as a special class warrior. Finally, the peculiar characters Pen and Penko from Pen Pen Tricelon are also featured. The accompanying comments from the magazine staff express appreciation for the artwork, often noting details like character expressions, drawing style, and connections to specific game moments or personal favorites. They offer encouraging words and playful observations. The page also includes a section detailing the submission guidelines for the art exhibition, covering formats, postcard or email, file size limits, content restrictions, and required information like name, location, and game title. It provides the mailing and email addresses for those who want to contribute their own game-inspired creations. This page features the Dreamcast Magazine's Reader Secret Technique Corner. The magazine's mascot, Nez, reports back from attending a game show and is satisfied with the discoveries. Readers share their tips and tricks for various Dreamcast titles. For Silent Scope, a method is explained to unlock a harder training mode, and the Challenge 100, by holding the R trigger while selecting different arcade mode options multiple times. This provides a tougher challenge for players. For Shenmue 2, 2 techniques are highlighted. One is a peculiar trick involving a character appearing to walk on air near a staircase after a specific chase sequence. The other is a practical tip for recovering money after being robbed.
By buying inexpensive items at the start and selling them later at a pawn shop, you can minimize your losses. The page also outlines the guidelines for submitting your own secret techniques and mentions the prizes awarded to contributors, including games and gift certificates. This page is the cover of the Dreamcast Magazine Mini, dated 2001, Volume 2, Issue 11/9. The cover features a large Dreamcast Magazine Mini logo and a beautiful illustration of a blonde-haired character in a white dress, holding up her arms. On the right side, there's a table of contents listing various sections and articles. There's a special features section discussing Eldorado Gate Big Reunion, while the new information section covers games like Prism Heart, Niju Cage, 21-2, and Inno Ryuko Last Scene. The strategy guide section includes tips for Memories Off Second, Candy Stripe Minarai Tenshi, and Capcom vs. SNK 2 Millionaire Fighting 2001. Finally, the series section mentions Gubukan and Steam Heat. At the bottom of the page, there's an explanation of the various icons used throughout the magazine to indicate game features like VGA support, VMU compatibility, online play, various controller support like arcade stick, ASC2 stick, twin stick, racing controller, fishing controller, DDR controller, maracas controller, mouse, broadband adapter, and more. The copyright information indicates Pajama Soft/Kid. This article celebrates the conclusion of Capcom's episodic RPG Eldorado Gate, a unique unit RPG series for the Dreamcast. Illustrated by Yoshitaka Amano, the series released bi-monthly over a year, culminating in 24 episodes. The article reflects on the journey, featuring creator insights, including Amano's visual design for characters, enemies, and environments. Key features include its experimental battle system, independent episode enjoyment, and a magazine-like feel, with episodes completable in hours. The game launched in October of the previous year. A small information box confirms the Dreamcast title's availability, pricing, and RPG genre. The page also highlights the magazine's consistent coverage of Eldorado Gate from development to the final release, showcasing its unique, episodic release model. This page features a roundtable discussion with the production staff behind Capcom's unique episodic RPG, Eldorado Gate, as the series reaches its conclusion. Led by developer Yoshioki Okamoto, the staff reflect on the challenging 5-year development journey and express gratitude for the players who stuck with the experimental series. A key point of discussion is the game's controversial decision to remove traditional experience points. Okamoto explains this was a core part of their goal to flip conventional RPGs upside down, making characters stronger through equipment instead of leveling up. They reflect on how this was a test for future RPG design, and discuss user behavior influenced by standard RPG conventions, such as players overstocking recovery items. The unique episodic release structure and its impact are also touched upon. Below the discussion, the page provides a grand introduction to the entire Eldorado Gate saga, covering all 7 volumes and 18 episodes. It includes small images of the first 2 volume covers and screenshots with brief summaries for the first 6 episodes, highlighting diverse character stories and events like Gome's transformation, Kanan's trial, Radia's confrontation with her past, Bud's quest for revenge, Ellison's fall from grace, and Gome's decision regarding the Ains. This section serves as a final look back at the many intertwined narratives that made up the series. This page delves further into the development of Capcom's unique episodic RPG, Eldorado Gate, with a continued staff roundtable discussion. Developer Yoshiki Okamoto and other staff members reflect on the ambitious scale and challenging 5-year development cycle, highlighting the difficulties and the team's dedication. The page also features an interview with Noboru Sugimura, the head of Flagship, the studio behind the game, and known for their work on titles like Resident Evil 2 and Code Veronica. Sugimura discusses the iterative nature of the project, noting that rewriting continued until the very end. A section titled, The Truth Hidden in the Teachings of Rajin, teases narrative secrets revealed in the later volumes of the series, and the significance of the teachings of Dios. Below, the page provides summaries and screenshots for episodes 7 through 11. These episodes feature key plot points, such as the party's encounter with a formidable foe in episode 7, Pamela regaining her memories in episode 8, Mikima facing mysterious challenges in episode 9, a request to find Man Mama in episode 10, which also features a special CM event with the Segayoshi family, and the appearance of the Holy Knight Gigi in episode 11, who targets Pearl's power. This article explores Capcom's episodic RPG, Eldorado Gate,
focusing on development insights and later volumes. A roundtable with key staff, including Yoshinori Takanaka, discusses the 5-year development journey and the impact of the original manga's cancellation on the game's ending. Takanaka notes significant improvements in later volumes, humorously suggesting new players start with Volume 5. The discussion highlights memorable scenarios and influences, including a reference to Earthbound's emotional impact. Replaying earlier volumes reveals the game's evolution in combat and direction. Summaries and screenshots for Volumes 5 and 6 are provided. Volume 5 details rapid development influenced by ending changes. Volume 6, towards the final chapter, focuses on the climax, featuring former enemies as allies. Individual chapter summaries cover key plot points, including monster hunters, ghost towns, the floating continent Galmlandal, a plot against the Buri tribe, and a confrontation with powerful entities. Screenshots showcase the game's isometric view and combat.
The next page continues the in-depth look at Eldorado Gate, specifically featuring more insights from the development staff roundtable and previews of the game's later chapters. Leading up to the finale, the staff expressed deep gratitude to the fans who stuck with the episodic release, acknowledging the game's significance to their own careers and the project's demanding nature. A check section highlights the structure of the final chapters, noting that the narrative drew inspiration from the classic Chinese novel Suikoden, featuring a multitude of characters, likened to the 108 Stars of Destiny, weaving together their individual stories within the overarching plot. The article suggests this episodic structure allowed for numerous smaller narratives to be told, culminating in the game's conclusion. The page also provides brief summaries and screenshots for specific volumes. Volume 7, titled Decision, Then the Finale, discusses a planned 24-volume release being condensed, leading to an abrupt but enjoyable shift. Volume 17, Pieces of Truth, details the pursuit of fragmented revelation pieces and confrontations. Finally, Volume 18, Day of Decisive Battle, sets the stage for the ultimate clash. The screenshots provide glimpses of the game's isometric perspective combat and character interactions. The next page delves further into Eldorado Gate, featuring the Gabu Spirits fan page. It announces that the popular GabuCon section will continue for 2 more issues, transitioning from providing game strategy to focusing on fan submissions and information about the game. An intermediate report on the character popularity poll is presented, showing Gomes currently in the lead, with Radia and Manmos trailing in 2nd and 3rd place respectively. Voting is still open until November 9th for fans to support their favorites. A fan shares their thoughts on the game's engaging story and climax. Additional strategy for Volume 7 is provided, covering areas like the Forest of Kritos and Monastery Turua. This section gives tips on finding hidden items, navigating the locations, and points out enemy elemental weaknesses. It also reveals the existence of 2 hidden bases players can find in later episodes. The page concludes by introducing key bosses from Volume 7. Holy Master Laura, Holy Master Imuda, Onigod Buffalo, and Onigod Manmos. Details on their attacks, abilities, and elemental properties, all are light element, are given, along with recommended battle strategies, such as using healing spells, revival magic, and specific techniques like Grand Cross to overcome these powerful foes. This page features the Dreamcast port of the simulation RPG Prism Heart. It highlights the significant additions for the Dreamcast version: 2 brand new heroines, a knight apprentice, and a bard. These new characters promise to add considerable depth to the story, appealing especially to fans of the original PC game. The page introduces 2 of these characters. Lise, the Fimbulk regional tournament winner, voiced by the talented Yui Horii, and Freya, a mysterious singer from the forest, voiced by the veteran Kikuko Inoue. Brief comments from the voice actors give a glimpse into their characters' personalities and exciting moments in the game. Showcasing event scenes and character art, the page emphasizes the anticipation for the game, which is reported to be 95% complete. As a simulation RPG, the game blends strategic gameplay with visual novel elements, made richer by these new narrative branches. There's also a small present campaign, offering signed art from the voice actors. This page shifts focus on Prism Heart for Dreamcast to the lighter, Character-driven aspects, emphasizing that the game isn't solely about tough training. It explains the importance of dating the heroines to deepen relationships, noting that dates take 2 days and require invitations, which can sometimes be rejected. Several heroines are introduced with brief, intriguing descriptions. We see profiles for Princia, a princess training in a beautiful spot; Comet, a clumsy but endearing maid; China, whose country has a unique custom regarding the first kiss; Maple Ritz, who struggles with sleep and sneaks into Maistel's bed; Kamiya Mu, who collapses after a bath; Echo, hinting at a special night with the manager; Ange, who seems forbidden from meeting men; and Anya, devoted to Maistel. The page also touches on the system, highlighting that events are a regular part of the daily training schedule, separate from dates. These events are numerous, triggered by specific dates or conditions, and some can even influence the ending. Daily training remains essential. We see glimpses of these events, including a stimulating hot spring trip, receiving a direct order from the king which impacts the knight's evaluation, and a tense moment during a date with Chikina. The content suggests a rich blend of training simulation and visual novel elements, focused on building relationships with a diverse cast.
This page introduces the visual novel adventure game, Nijue, from Princess Soft, set for release on the Dreamcast in February 2002. Taking place in the 17th year of the Kanei era, on a cursed island plagued by strange phenomena, the game centers around a mysterious ritual. It promises a blend of eerie horror, deep mysteries, and interaction with a cast of young girls. The page highlights the contrasting elements within the game, where terror and tranquility intersect, featuring a distinctly creepy world alongside charming character designs. Key characters introduced include the protagonist, Sogen, a swordsman cursed with 2 shadows, human and non-human, whose life is constantly in danger, and the mysterious twin heroines, Iru and Sui, who reside on the island of Awashima and hold a great secret. Screenshots showcase the game's diverse visual style, from anime character art to disturbing horror imagery of grotesque creatures and unsettling scenes. The article also touches on the game's systems, including the AES system for clearly distinguishing between dialogue and inner thoughts, and the PIS system, which allows players to click on difficult terms displayed in blue to see explanations, helping players delve deeper into the game's historical and mysterious world. Nijue is presented as Dreamcast's first authentic historical adventure game, promising a deep and engaging story.
This page introduces the visual novel adventure game, 2121, from Princess Soft, originally a PC title now coming to Dreamcast. Set within a hospital, the game weaves a complex tale of suspense and romance, centered around a murder investigation. The protagonist is a doctor whose world is shaken after becoming the first witness to a homicide in the hospital. The truth behind the incident is key to the narrative. A notable feature highlighted is the trust level system, allowing players to adjust their confidence in various characters. This system dynamically alters interpersonal relationships and influences the branching storyline, making player judgment crucial to the outcome. The game features a cast of characters central to the mystery, including the protagonist, Takuya Kirishima, a surgeon struggling with confidence; Mio and Mao Futami, twin sisters connected to the hospital; Momiji Kikyu, a talented but unusual colleague; and Seri Sakaki, a supportive childhood friend who works as a nurse. The relationships between these characters are graphically represented, illustrating their connections and potential romantic ties or rivalries. The game promises a gripping story about life, death, and belief, enhanced by full voice acting.
This page features a fan disc for the visual novel Ryuko Inui Roommate, titled Inui Ryuko Last Scene. This is presented as a limited production item, with only 5,000 copies available, designed to deepen the player's connection with the character Ryuko-chan. The fan disc includes 5 different modes: real-time events tied to the console's clock, an album mode to view event CGS and illustrations from the original game and other media, a mode for learning about the language of flowers with Ryuko, a personality diagnosis mode based on her questions, and a music mode to listen to original songs, including new tracks. The page also details store-specific reservation bonuses, offering exclusive telephone cards, and promotes a reader contest to win character goods like a special telephone card holder or a large poster. This page is an information spread from SoftBank Publishing, highlighting their weekly magazine, Weekly, the PlayStation 2. The publication is presented as the essential guide for both new game releases and strategy information. It features packed content on upcoming and popular titles, such as the highly anticipated Grandia Stream and Tokimeki Memorial 3 Where We Promised, emphasizing these are titles readers eagerly await and should not miss. The magazine also offers guides for currently popular games like Dynasty Warriors 3, promising in-depth strategies. A promotional campaign is also mentioned, offering an original calendar featuring 12 popular games, including Dragon Quest IV, Chapters of the Chosen, Silent Hill 2, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, Final Fantasy X, and Shenmue 2. Additionally, the page advertises a Sakura Wars 3 poster collection and lists a selection of strategy guides available from SoftBank Publishing for games spanning various platforms, such as Ace Combat 04, Shattered Skies, Virtua Fighter 4, and Diablo 2, Lord of Destruction.
This page is a detailed strategy guide for Memories Off Second, focusing on the route for the character Hotaru Shirakawa. It offers a spoiler-free path to achieving the character's ending, noting that while reaching her route is straightforward, the subsequent ending branching can be complex. The guide provides specific dates and dialogue choices to raise her affection and hit key flags required for different events, such as the school uniform flag and the awakening flag. It highlights critical choices on certain dates, like August 7th for the route confirmation, and August 11th, which is noted as a point where a wrong answer can lead directly to a bad ending. The guide also explains how activating specific flag combinations on dates like August 19th and August 21st leads to unique events and further flag progression. Finally, it covers the final choice on August 26th, dependent on the state of certain flags, determining the specific ending reached. Screenshots accompany the text, illustrating key scenes and choices related to the guide's instructions. This page provides strategy guides for two character routes in Memories Off Second, Hotaru Shirakawa and Tsubame Minakami. For Hotaru's lover route, the guide explains that reaching the ending is straightforward by consistently making choices that increase her affection. It provides a step-by-step walkthrough with dates, dialogue options, and resulting affection gains. A key point is confirming the route by the night of August 5th and selecting a specific choice on August 8th. The guide also notes that the final ending depends on Hotaru's feelings. The guide then covers Tsubame's route, mentioning it shares a path with Hotaru initially, but has stricter conditions for a good ending. It advises prioritizing Tsubame's affection while keeping Hotaru's lower. A crucial divergence point is the Shikiden date on August 18th, which occurs based on affection levels and a choice not to open the door. The good ending requires fulfilling 4 specific conditions by August 29th, which involve key events and choices on dates like August 12th, 23 starred, and 25th, illustrated with accompanying screenshots showing character interactions and scenes. This page continues the strategy guide for Memories Off Second, focusing on the routes for the classmates Hotaru Shirakawa and the part-time job friend Nozomi Minakami. For Hotaru's route, the guide details the conditions for confirming her exclusive path by August 10th. This involves keeping her affection at a specific level by August 5th, avoiding conflict with Shouta, and meeting Hotaru at school on the 10th with sufficient affection. The guide mentions that advancing her story is straightforward once on her route, but warns that achieving the good ending is more complex than simply raising affection high, hinting at a specific event related to the pool. The guide then covers Nozomi's route, highlighting that it's distinct from other characters. Route confirmation also occurs on August 10th, based on having reached a certain affection level and making specific dialogue choices on both August 8th and 10th. After confirming her route, affection changes little, and the ending is determined by subsequent choices. A key point is that Nozomi's initial dialogue choice on August 8th reveals her feelings. The guide strongly recommends replaying Nozomi's scenario, suggesting that facts not apparent on a first playthrough are revealed, including a strange inconsistency in conversation that players should look for. Screenshots throughout the page illustrate key moments, dialogue options, and character interactions related to the route confirmation conditions, and hints for the good or replay endings. This page continues the strategy guide for Memories Off Second, shifting focus to the route for Shizuru Shirakawa, described as the protagonist's lover's older sister. The guide highlights that her path is considered the easiest to navigate towards the good ending, contrasting with some of the more complex routes mentioned previously. Specific dialogue choices on key dates are provided to help confirm her route. The page humorously points out that maintaining a low enough affection level to achieve a bad ending is actually quite difficult, reinforcing the simplicity of her scenario. In addition to the strategy, the page includes updates for fans, announcing a Memories Off concert featuring the voice actors from both the original and second games. It also details upcoming CD releases, including a character mini-album specifically for Shizuru, and a drama CD for Memories Off Second. Finally, there's a section offering fans a chance to win various Memories Off merchandise, such as voice actor autograph boards, decorative stickers for consoles, postcards, and a wall clock featuring game art, through a prize giveaway. This guide focuses on navigating the romance game Candy Stripe, Minarai Tenshi, to win a heroine. The first half, June to August, is critical for choosing and pursuing your preferred girl. Daily actions are divided into morning, lunch, and afternoon, allowing players to improve their skills or interact with characters. Success hinges on building affection with your chosen heroine, especially through key events that provide substantial affection boosts. While improving your character's abilities is important, the guide recommends prioritizing raising your knowledge and skill parameters, aiming for around 8 by the end of August. These contribute to the ending, along with high heroine affection. Unique events, like Tsukushi Hattori's starting around July 14 to 15, can affect outcomes. The latter half, from December onward, determines the final heroine choice. This page delves deeper into the Candy Stripe guide, specifically focusing on how to interact with the key heroines during the critical first half of the game. It presents profiles for 6 potential romantic interests: nursing students Ayano Morisaki, Emi Sonoda, Jun Kajiyama, and Nozomi Tsurukai, intern doctor Yuki Okawara, and patient Ikumi Orikoshi. For each heroine, the guide provides tailored advice on how to choose dialogue options to build affection, taking into account their unique personalities. It also highlights a specific, important event for each character that players should aim for during this period, many of which come with collectible CG illustrations. The page is laid out with portraits, screenshots showing interactions, and detailed text explaining the optimal approach for winning each girl's heart early on, reinforcing the strategy of focusing on specific characters and key events established in the previous section. This page provides a detailed strategy guide for Capcom vs. SNK 2. Millionaire Fighting 2001, focusing on uncovering hidden elements to maximize your enjoyment of the game. It highlights the first secret, unlocking unlimited points in the Groove Edit mode. Normally restricted, this limitation is removed by clearing the challenging All Survival mode within the game's Survival mode, allowing players to build completely custom groves with any combination of systems and subsystems they desire. However, a key point is that these custom groves, created with unlimited points, cannot be used in online matches, although standard groves are usable in Expert Rule online play. The page also covers the recent qualification event held at the Tokyo Game Show Autumn 2001 for the Capcom vs. SNK 2 National Tournament. Photos show the event setup, including tournament gameplay utilizing both Dreamcast and PlayStation 2 consoles for online matches, and attendees, including a Chun-Li cosplayer. It emphasizes the opportunity this tournament presents for skilled players. Finally, it announces the upcoming national tournament scheduled for January 13, 2002, in Tokyo, and encourages players aiming for the top to enter the qualifiers happening at various locations and via online tournaments. This page delves into further hidden secrets within Capcom vs. SNK 2, revealing 2 more unlockable features to enhance gameplay. The second secret is the Extra Option menu, accessible after you successfully clear the challenging boss battle mode. This hidden menu grants access to settings not available in the standard options, such as infinite life, infinite groove gauge, infinite guard cancel gauge, and altered guard mechanics like automatic guarding after being hit. These powerful options are fantastic for practicing techniques without resource limitations, easily clearing modes like survival, making the 48 opponent challenge trivial, or setting up wildly unbalanced handicap matches for fun. The third secret focuses on victory messages. After winning a match in arcade or versus mode, you can input specific button commands before the victory screen fully appears to select a different message. This allows you to choose from various general messages, special interactions with your defeated opponent character, or even banter with your teammate in tag matches. The page provides the exact button combinations for both the Dreamcast and PlayStation 2 versions, noting that while button names differ, the underlying commands based on attack types are the same. It's a neat touch to customize your win screen and see different character interactions. This page highlights the launch of the monthly Open Dice fan club. It introduces the concept of Open Dice as a unique online community space designed to connect gamers across different hardware platforms like Dreamcast and PlayStation 2, allowing friends to gather regardless of what system they own. The featured software this month includes Guru Guru Onsen 2 for both Dreamcast and PlayStation 2, and the Sakura Taisen Online series for Dreamcast. A special report covers Guru Guru Onsen 2's presence at the Tokyo Game Show 2001, showcasing the connectivity aspect where Dreamcast and PlayStation 2 consoles were linked up, demonstrating the game's cross-platform capability. This is a significant point, showing the ambition behind the Open Dice initiative to break down console barriers. To celebrate the fan club's launch, a present campaign is underway, offering valuable in-game parts for Guru Guru Onsen 2, such as the Band-Aid, Sunflower, Wizard, and Nutcracker doll items. Additionally, Open Dice merchandise like t-shirts and neck/phone straps are available. Fans can apply for these gifts by sending a postcard with their details and thoughts. The deadline for applications is emphasized. This page kicks off with exciting news about the Open Dice platform, revealing that Sakura Taisen Online and Guru Guru Onsen, two characters can actually interact and play together in shared chat rooms. Screenshots show characters from both series side by side, highlighting the unique cross-game connectivity this service offers. Next, we get the scoop on an Eternal Arcadia Cup event that took place, where players could encounter special guests. Characters from Skies of Arcadia. The page lists and shows images of the 7 main heroes and companions from Skies of Arcadia: Vis, Aika, Fina, Gilder, Drachma, Enrique, and Cupel. The event was a poker tournament, and it even featured the president of Overworks, the developer, as a rare guest. Beyond just chatting, the page confirms that games are a major part of the experience. It covers ongoing tournaments within Guru Guru Onsen 2, including the first Overworks Grand Prix tournament, centered around the card game Uno. It also details the schedule for the tower game tournaments happening in November, featuring different games like Mahjong, Uno, poker, and a detective game, where players compete to become the Game King. Finally, it announces the opening of new event chat rooms within Guru Guru Onsen 2, providing more spaces for players to gather and socialize. This page clearly shows the Open Dice initiative is delivering on its promise of connecting players and games across platforms. This page features a detailed look at the Kubu F2 mecha, piloted by Ichiro Ogami, the protagonist of the Sakura Wars series. The top banner introduces this as the 15th Steam Workshop, highlighting the mecha design featured in the magazine. Below, credits list key contributors, including legendary mecha designer Mika Akitaka. The main focus is the impressive technical illustration of Ogami's upgraded unit, the Kubu F2, specifically his captain's unit from the latter part of the story. A text box provides key specifications. It stands 2,592 millimeters tall, weighs 1187 kilogram dry, and is armed with 2 Otachi great swords. It's powered by a Spirit Power engine, the Orage F11.bis, boasting 1,013 horsepower, and carries one pilot, Ichiro Ogami. Accompanying text emphasizes the unit's power and role, stating that, tearing through the sky, charging forward is the captain's pride. The trump card is the large twin steam booster. This page serves as a deep dive into the mechanics and lore of the iconic steam-powered mecha from the popular Sakura Wars franchise, offering fans a close look at the design and capabilities of the hero's machine. This page continues the deep dive into the Kubu F2 captain's unit piloted by Ichiro Ogami from Sakura Wars. It provides detailed technical explanations of the mecha's features, highlighting the large steam boosters on the back designed for improved maneuverability, especially for closing distance in combat with the Otachi great swords. The article explains the steam booster mechanism and mentions additional solid fuel boosters for emergency dashes. A key feature discussed is the captain's horn on the head, which doubles as a communication antenna and a wire cutter, drawing inspiration from real-world anti-submarine net cutters. The page also includes diagrams illustrating parts like the front camera, flexible joints, and jet nozzles. Separately, there's a recurring segment called Goes! Episode 15, French language lesson, Nyan Nyan, a cute comic featuring cat characters teaching basic French phrases like greetings. Below that, a series titled Life with Steam continues with its third episode, focusing on Steam Regira, the settings term for wireless communication or radio. Written by a former developer of the Sakura Wars mecha, This article discusses the principles of radio waves and provides historical context within the game's lore, referencing early radio broadcasting locations. It even touches on the possibility of image transmission, like television, and mentions the character Sumire Kanzaki as a genius involved in developing related technology. Finally, a small panel announces a Sakura Wars 3 desktop accessory, and humorously requests a collection featuring the Nyan Nyan characters. This page dives into Cybertroopers Virtual Law Force, the long-awaited follow-up, bringing 2-on-2 team battles to the arcades. The article serves as a pilot's manual, outlining the fundamental rules and introducing the new card system. It's highlighted as essential reading for anyone looking to jump into the fray. A key difference from previous Virtual On titles is the team battle system, where each team designates a leader. Victory hinges on the survival of your team's leader, meaning focusing fire on the enemy leader is often the path to victory. The leader role rotates between teammates each set. The article also breaks down the on-screen information, noting familiar elements like the time limit and weapon energy gauges, alongside new additions tailored for team play. The life gauge now represents the team's combined health, and there are indicators like the cooperative attack gauge, which helps coordinate fire on a single target with your teammate. A radar keeps track of allies and enemies. The controls are also detailed, focusing on the signature twin-stick setup. Basic movements like jumping, dashing, and guarding are covered, as are weapon attacks using the trigger and turbo buttons. There's also a system for issuing commands to AI teammates using a dedicated button in conjunction with stick inputs, allowing for tactical coordination like requesting support or focusing attacks. This page provides a comprehensive overview of the core changes and mechanics for Virtual Clown Force. This text provides a glimpse into the starting Virtualoids in Cybertroopers Virtual On Force. Without a Von 4 card, it focuses on the basic weapon loadouts of 3 selectable units. The MBV-707J, Temjin 707J, is a versatile general-purpose machine with the powerbomb MK3 left, Sleipnir MK4 center, and Sleipnir MK4 right. The TF-14, a Feiyan with Vivid Heart, features the Rapia left, Vivid Heart center, and the Fancy Blast right. The wave shot from the left weapon is particularly useful for defense. The Te-17L Angelin MH, emphasizing high mobility, uses the blue pillar left, Dragon of Patience's Love center, activated by both triggers, and attacks from the dragon right. Mastering Angelin requires effective dragon usage. The text encourages players to experiment with these units to find their optimal playstyle. This page continues the focus on the Virtualoids available in Cybertroopers Virtual On Force. 3 distinct machines are showcased, highlighting their unique combat capabilities and weapon loadouts. First up is the Bald Menorah, a variant from the Ball series. This unit emphasizes ranged combat, employing float cells for maneuverability, remote attacks, and a powerful ring laser. The screenshots demonstrate its effectiveness at distance, showing off the float cells, remote attacks, and the signature ring laser strike triggered by the right weapon. Next is the Vox D101 Dan, from the Vox series. This machine is built around launching various projectiles from its arms and shoulders. It's described as having good range and the ability to perform wave attacks. The screenshots illustrate its diverse projectile attacks, including arm-mounted launchers for the left and right triggers, and a shoulder launcher for the center input. Finally, the APH-ARMDJ Typek of the APH-ARMDJ series is presented. Unlike the others, this virtual launchoid excels in close-quarters combat. While its base firepower might feel lacking, its powerful melee attacks are a major draw. The unit utilizes a super bomb for its left weapon, a dynamic Tunfa for close-range brawling with the center input, and a gun system for the right. Screenshots show the melee actions and the use of these specialized weapons. Overall, the page reveals 3 more starting Virtualoids, each offering a very different approach to combat, from long-range precision and projectile barrages to brutal close-quarters fighting. This document describes 3 Virtualoids from Cybertroopers Virtual On Force. The Miser Delta relies on speed and aerial maneuvers, using its press launcher's drop beam for damage while dodging attacks. The Specin F-13, the Sin, features weak armor but powerful single shots. Success demands skilled evasion and precise timing. Finally, the Raiden 512E2 retains its signature weaponry, like bombs and laser,
which are excellent for long-range attacks and space control. While slower, the Raiden's laser is a game-changer. Screenshots show the units in action across various environments. This page dives into the exciting arcade launch of Cyber Troopers Virtual On Force, focusing on the revolutionary Von 4 pilot license card. While you can certainly jump into the action without a card, using one significantly expands the experience. The card tracks your personal data, battle history, and unlocks various events throughout your arcade sessions. A key benefit is the potential to switch to new Virtualoids, sometimes even from different series, and you might also encounter cool color variations of existing mechs, adding a layer of collectability. The page shows the evolution path for the MBV 707J Temjin series as an example of mech progression. There's a catch though. Each card is limited to 30 sorties, after which you'll need to update your data at the terminal. Using the card also allows you to earn a unique pilot codename, visible on your player profile screen, like the one shown for Hitmaker, alongside their stats and chosen mech, the Raiden 512A. This card system adds significant depth and replayability, making it more than just a fighting game. This page continues the deep dive into Cyber Troopers Virtual On Force's pilot license card system. It reveals that the card doesn't just track battle stats, but also records AI data based on the player's fighting style, allowing the creation of an AI Virtualoid card. This AI partner can then join you in missions, requiring 2 cards to sortie together. A major feature is the introduction of a 21-tier rank system, ranging from Recruit up to Marshal, where players ascend based on their skill and performance, bringing a competitive edge to the arcade experience. The page also details how players can unlock special CPU missions by meeting certain criteria based on their battle data, offering unique challenges beyond standard play. Additionally, it highlights the comprehensive training mode guided by Sergeant Hatter, covering fundamental skills from 1v1 combat up to 2v2 scenarios, culminating in a final test against the unique Tangram units. This page dives into the King of Fighters 2001, highlighting its upcoming arcade release scheduled for November. The game promises more team introductions and a continuation of the Nest chapter storyline, with questions raised about K and a new character, K9999. A notable new fighter is Mei Li, who features a unique style-switching mechanic, allowing players to switch between standard and hero fighting styles mid-match, drastically changing her moveset. The Art of Fighting team is introduced, featuring familiar faces Ryo Sakazaki, Robert Garcia, Takuma Sakazaki, and Yuri Sakazaki. Their story snippet reveals Robert's financial woes are a driving factor behind their participation. Character profiles list their fighting style, birth date, age, and country of origin. Below them, the Women Fighters team takes the spotlight. Mai Shiranui, having struggled to form a team previously, receives invitations and is joined by King and Li Xiangfei. They are actively seeking a 4th member. The team section also includes character profiles for Mai, King, Xiangfei, and Shijo Hinako, detailing their style, age, and origin. The page includes screenshots showcasing gameplay for both featured teams. The King of Fighters 2001 is previewed, showcasing 3 teams. The Psycho Soldier team, composed of Athena, Kensu, and Chin, is highlighted, with Kensu regaining his powers. Profiles detail their fighting styles and origins. The Korean team, led by Kim Kafwan, features Change, Choi, and newcomer Mei Li, replacing Jae Hun-hoon. Mei Li is noted for her enthusiasm and unique moveset. The Nests team, consisting of Kula, Foxy, K9999, and Angel, is introduced. The text touches upon Nest's involvement in this tournament, with a focus on K and Kula's potential emotional connection. K9999's fighting style is described as my own power, while Kula's is antique arts. Gameplay screenshots are featured. This page dives into the deep customization options available in Virtua Fighter 4 Skill Bazzi, focusing specifically on the item system. It explains how players can earn and equip items after winning matches, enhancing their favorite characters. A key feature highlighted is the legendary 100 wins item, a rare reward for achieving an impressive win streak. The magazine showcases various characters sporting different item loadouts to give players inspiration. Akira is shown with a rather humorous large bear item attached to his back, a surprising but popular choice. Jeffrey can be customized with head items, completely changing his appearance, including a skinhead look and arm tattoos. Cage is presented with tactical gear and various weapons, like knives, offering a stark, powerful look.
Sarah is shown accessorizing with cool items like sunglasses and necklaces.
Vanessa embraces a Special Forces theme, equipped with a knit cap, grenades, and weapon options, noting differences between the 1P and 2P outfits. Finally, Lei can be kitted out to resemble the famous Buddhist monk Sanzo Hoshi from Journey to the West, using a specific hat and robes. The page also includes a warning about fighting characters with the same item, as these rare wins items can actually be wagered and lost in such matches, adding a high-stakes element to item collection. This page covers the intense competitive scene of Virtua Fighter 4 as national tournaments approach. The rankings have seen major shakeups, with the legendary Iron Man player asserting their dominance and claiming the top spot in the individual rankings. The team rankings have also shifted dramatically, with a new leader emerging. The number of players achieving the impressive 100-win streak continues to grow, and the elusive 100-win items are being confirmed for various characters. Research into character strategies is progressing well, especially following the release of Shaver B. Heavyweight characters like Wolf and Jeffrey are noted for their high damage output. Strategic breakthroughs are being discovered, such as Lei's effective evasion tactics and counterattacks, Akira's powerful follow-ups from his Iron Mountain stance, and Wolf's strong throw game. A new feature on VF.net allows players to customize their character colors using points earned in-game. This customization goes beyond simple palette swaps, allowing players to adjust colors for different parts of their costume and even unlock layered colors as they rank up. The next issue promises a deep dive into wake-up strategies. This page shifts focus to Tekken 4, highlighting the unique character Yoshimitsu, number 9 in the roster. The page delves into his eccentric nature and how he has evolved throughout the series, noting his distinct visual changes and his signature weapon, the sword. It touches on his background with the Manji clan and his connection to Dr. Boskanovich, explaining his prosthetic arm and the lineage of his sword. The developers discuss the significant changes made to Yoshimitsu's design in Tekken 4, calling him the most altered character, and mentioning the extensive effort put into refining his look and details, including his distinct 2P color, based on a Japanese folktale. The page features the complete command list for Yoshimitsu, detailing his wide array of unusual techniques, including many unblockable moves. A section on strategy advises players to focus on his simple yet powerful techniques, despite his reputation for complex, tricky moves. It specifically highlights the effectiveness of using the sideways step during his meditation stance to evade high attacks and set up powerful options, noting its strength even when executed at the start of a round. Screenshots showcase Yoshimitsu's different colors and some of his moves in action. This page introduces ComboBot, character number 9 in Tekken 4, described as a general-purpose humanoid robot deployed through Li Xiaolan's plan. It highlights ComboBot's key feature, the ability to learn and replicate opponents' movements via sensors, in addition to its programmed actions. The story notes that this particular model was specially modified for the tournament, and can only replicate the movements of a specific person upon startup. The page also continues its focus on Yoshimitsu, with a system check section, detailing his unique tactical evolution. Notably, the Yoshimitsu blade move has changed. Instead of being an unblockable attack, it now allows him to learn an opponent's technique without dealing damage. He can then execute this learned move, though it is forgotten after one use. But learned moves can be carried over between rounds. His disbelief, or confusion stance, has been powered up, now allowing him to recover his own health when knocking out an opponent while in this state, enabling comebacks even with minimal health. Mastering his unblockable moves is emphasized, particularly quick ones from a crouching state that shift slightly to evade attacks before hitting. There's also a mention of his ninja who even spits poison technique, and an explanation of one of his 10-hit combos, noting the effectiveness of incorporating unblockable hits within the combo. This page delves into character number 10 in Tekken 4, the British boxing prodigy Steve Fox. It introduces him as a unique fighter whose style relies entirely on punches, making him stand out in the roster. The design section touches upon the evolution of his look, noting the decision to make him shirtless to emphasize his physique and the scar on his arm. Developers aimed to create a character that felt like a boxer, but also had room for creative expression beyond just standard boxing techniques, incorporating playful elements into his moveset. For offense and defense, the page highlights specific tools. The Fight with This Move section recommends using Sonic Fang as a reliable counterattack due to its speed, reach, and minimal recovery, even on block. The system check emphasizes the crucial role of Steve's various step maneuvers. These steps are key for bridging gaps left by his punch-only offense, evading attacks, setting up throws, and transitioning into powerful follow-ups. Mastery of weaving these steps into combos, particularly after moves like the British Edge combo, is presented as essential for countering opponents who try to interrupt his flow. The page includes screenshots showing Steve in action against characters like Kazuya Mishima and Martial Law. There is also a comprehensive list detailing all of Steve's techniques with their command inputs and properties. This page focuses on Heihachi Mishima, listed as character number 10 in Tekken 4. The magazine highlights his return at the age of 78, still a formidable force in the fighting world, questioning if even he can defy time. The story segment briefly touches upon his motivations in this installment, primarily his pursuit of integrating the devil gene into himself and his interest in Jin Kazama, which ultimately leads to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 4. In terms of gameplay, the article notes some significant changes for Heihachi compared to previous games, particularly mentioning that his signature Wind God Fist has been somewhat weakened. However, it emphasizes the addition of charged versions for some of his powerful attacks, like the Wind God Fist and Goshoretsuha, altering their properties. A key focus is placed on mastering the 4 different variations of his Reijin Ken, explaining how specific inputs affect speed, recovery, and potential as a combo starter. The Kawawari move is also highlighted as a powered-up tool, excellent for counter hits and starting combos, while his Kongo Heki stance functions as an automatic counter. The page provides examples of air combos utilizing the Reijin Ken and briefly discusses his 10-hit combos, although noting their difficulty due to a lack of branching options. A comprehensive list of his moves is also included for reference. This page delves into the world of Sega's arcade prizes, specifically highlighting the introduction of the new UFO Catcher 7 machine. This 7th generation machine features a significant gameplay change, a third button allowing players to adjust the arm's height before the drop, which is a game changer for targeting prizes more accurately. The magazine is excited about a wave of new items hitting arcades, prominently featuring Parappa the Rapper plushies. The prize list for October and November showcases a variety of items, including keychain figures from Sakura Wars 3 in their combat uniforms, Super Jumbo plushies of characters from Sonic Adventure 2 like Sonic, Shadow, Tails, and Rouge, and charming plushies of the Parappa crew. There are also seasonal Christmas-themed items, such as Love Hina figures in festive outfits, and plushies from Sesame Street and other series, promising a diverse selection for prize hunters. Sega is launching its updated UFO Catcher 7 machines, with a focus on adaptable aesthetics to keep the arcade experience engaging. The new machines, which drew positive attention at the AM show, will be available nationwide by mid-December. A key draw is the diverse range of prizes. Sega is emphasizing holiday themes, with Disney items prominent in October, November, and particularly for Christmas. Expect to find festive plushies of Mickey and Minnie Mouse, Winnie the Pooh characters, and 101 Dalmatians. More unique prizes, such as an Atlantis figure kit and a Nightmare Before Christmas spice set, add variety. A fan giveaway for Sakura Wars 3 and Sonic Adventure 2 prizes further enhances community engagement. This page features the 16th episode of the Dorimaga Dori-chan's game review comic strip by Tatsuneko. The comic introduces new characters representing the PlayStation, named Sony, and the GameCube, named Cube GCTAN, who are joining the section as the new console representatives. The existing characters, Dora-chan and Megadora, react to this news. Megadora is particularly upset, questioning why the new roles aren't being handled collaboratively by everyone. The page also includes brief profiles for the comic's characters and the artist, Tatsuneko. It focuses on the internal narrative of the comic strip welcoming new console representatives, rather than reviewing specific games. This page continues the Dorimaga Dora-chan's game review comic strip. Dora-chan suggests that with 3 characters representing different hardware platforms now present, it would be easier to divide up the work. Megadora, representing Sega hardware, reacts strongly, feeling disadvantaged by this proposed system. A small note indicates there are now 4 people in total. Dora-chan then reveals her intention to review games from other hardware, seemingly using her Dora-chan persona, which further agitates Megadora. The comic concludes with Megadora attempting to wrap things up by declaring the section will become even more lively with the new members, and asking for continued support, while the new characters seem surprised and question her attempt to summarize. The comic focuses on the internal dynamics and structure of the review team, following the introduction of the PlayStation and GameCube representatives, rather than reviewing any specific games. The next page features the comic strip, Dashi? Creature, You're Fluffy. Specifically, the 56th installment titled, A Dream Seen at Dawn. This segment introduces some key characters. Guru Guru, a middle schooler aspiring to be a scientist. Jinmen Awi-san, a peculiar creature who serves as Guru's assistant.
Usagi, a gel-filled rabbit creature, and Ayase-kun, Guru's classmate.
The comic panels depict the characters discussing their recent dreams. The focus is on Ayase-kun, who seems distressed about a dream he had involving a Dreesen, despite his existing connection with Meishi-san. He reveals the dream was simply about getting along well with a Wei-san in a flower field, which causes him shock. Aoi-san then mentions having a dream about Guru, while Guru shares his own dream, where he was Otaku-kun. This page acts as a character-driven segment, delving into the personal lives and perhaps subconscious thoughts of the cast, rather than reviewing any specific Dreamcast games. This page continues the Dashi, Creature, Your Fluffy comic series, following the characters as they discuss their dreams and the nature of reality. Ayase-kun appears to be grappling with his feelings after his dream, while Akui-san and others ponder the meaning of dreams and whether they can be controlled. The conversation touches on the idea that people in dreams represent aspects of oneself, and the contrast between the difficulty of reality and the potential fun of dreams. The strip concludes with a moment that suggests the events might have taken place within a dream itself. The page also features character profiles for Yutsuke-chan, described as a robot creature, Otaku-kun, a beetle-type creature known as a troubleshooter, Meishi-san, a school idol with narcissistic tendencies, and Hiroshima-kun, an effeminate character with a self-centered side. This segment focuses on character development and philosophical musings, rather than game content.
This page is the 6th installment of the serial illustrated story or comic, titled Katsukun plus Nanore, by Katsuya Terada and Yoko Kuroyanagi. It features a striking, surreal illustration of a creature or structure, with a mysterious girl sitting upon it, surrounded by large graphic text elements like tie, number 6, drop, close, and sold a city. The vertical text on the left seems to describe the setting as a deep-sea industrial area city, where various encounters occur. The main body of text contains dialogue or narrative snippets, continuing the story from previous installments, focusing on strange conversations and observations. A list is also provided detailing the characters who have appeared so far in the series, including names like Rome, Corrine, Janor, Rome's mother, Rome's brother, Mermaid, Granny, Kuroishi, Murphy, Baka-chan, Eva, Melos, Spooky, Sus, Tada, Katu, Hypnothermia, Myototropogene, KK, Hasu, Roku, Juju, Kinta, and Mitsubachi, some with brief annotations or descriptions suggesting their roles or forms. This installment appears to delve further into the unique, perhaps unsettling, world and characters established in this ongoing creative work within the magazine. This page is a horoscope section hosted by the magazine's character, Tama, covering the period from October 26th to November 8th. Tama recounts attending a game show, highlighting the Super Monkey Ball Achuai plush as a favorite piece of merchandise, and expressing interest in playing Pikmin. The feature character for this horoscope is Ryoko Inoue from the Roommate series, described as intelligent but possibly seeming a little distant lately. The section also includes compatibility readings based on Tama's sign. The main part provides horoscopes for all 12 zodiac signs for both boys and girls, detailing general fortune, a lucky color, a lucky item, and ratings for money, health, love, work, and play, using a simple symbol system to indicate whether aspects are excellent, normal, or not so good. This page features a reader present campaign, offering various prizes. Up for grabs are 15 copies of game software chosen by the winner from titles released up to October 25, 2001. Other items include a Res neck strap, a poster for Prism Hearts, a neck pad for typing of the date, and original Dorimaga t-shirts featuring different designs. Notably, there's also a Ryoko Inui roommate phone card, tying into the character from the previous page's horoscope. The page also lists the winners from the September 28th issue presents, which included items like Super Monkey Ball straps and Sonic Adventure, 2 phone cards, among others. Looking ahead, the next issue preview teases exciting content. Expect features on Electrosphere Virtual on Force, new sound games, a talk about Res, a look at Mystery Dungeon, Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden, Swordswoman Asuka arrives, plus coverage of missing parts, the Tante stories, Dead or Alive 3, Tokimeki Memorial 3, and more new titles. There are also hints of big features on the Sakura Wars series and Virtua Fighter 4. The next issue is set for release on November 9th.
This page features the charming world of DGI Sherrit, making its debut on the Dreamcast. Presented as a visual novel or adventure game, the story centers around being sent to another world and tells 7 slightly sad yet wonderful stories. As an expert Dreamcast gamer, I know titles like this often bring beloved anime characters to the console. The game boasts over 200 visual screens and character designs by the original artist, Koge Danbo. It's fully voiced, with over 13 popular voice actors bringing the diverse cast to life, featuring talents like Asami Sanada as DG Ichirat, Miyuki Sawashiro as Petit Sherrat, and Yuka Imai as Rabian Rose, among many others. It was released in both a limited edition with bonus items and a standard edition. Beyond the Dreamcast game, the page also highlights available DGI Carrot anime on video and DVD, including volumes containing previously unreleased episodes. Fans of the series could also collect the DGI Carrot character card game, which was also on sale. Finally, the page includes a substantial advertisement for the gamer's retail chain, encouraging readers to purchase their Dreamcast software at their various store locations across Japan, providing maps and contact information for several branches. This page announces the NEC Interchannel Fan Appreciation Day, a little bit special 2 events. As a veteran Dreamcast player, I know NEC Interchannel was a key publisher for many excellent visual novels and adventure games on the console. This event, scheduled for November 18, 2001, from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the Tokyo International Forum, was clearly a highlight for fans. The event promised exciting reveals, including announcements of the latest titles, appearances by popular voice actors, and opportunities to purchase merchandise. The artwork features characters from various titles published by NEC Interchannel, including those associated with key/visual arts, hinting at which games might have been showcased. Advance tickets were available for 1,000 yen, offering a bonus trading card set upon entry, and could be purchased at Lawson stores. The page also includes a map showing the convenient location of the venue near major train stations in Tokyo. It was clearly a must-attend 4 hours for fans looking forward to new releases and meeting the talent behind their favorite games.